I guess it would help if I added myself to the stream. Good morning. I feel like absolute dog poop, but we're here. We are here. Let me get this set up and ready to go. And ready to go. Mute myself because I definitely do not want to hear myself talking. Okay, I'll give y'all a second to get in. Good morning, Pittsburgh nurse. See if that makes it a little bit better. Good morning, Funky. Thank you for sharing me in the Discords. Y'all are gonna have to bear with me between being sick and my 2-year-old. It's gonna be fun. Good morning, Hindsight. How are y'all this morning? Is everybody going out to vote? I'm hoping, because Alabama does not have early voting, that I can go before I pick Brooklyn up for school and hit a time that's not too busy, because it's raining and nasty here in Alabama today. Okay, so before court starts, like, really soon, so I'm gonna play this for y'all just to, like, it's a minute long. It kind of sums up what the court case is about.
On January 17th, 2019, a violent domestic fight would end up in a losing battle for Terry Lewis. Police responded to a call finding Terry severely burned after her husband, Craig Lewis, allegedly violently beat her and set her on fire. Terry was rushed to the hospital where she was treated for third-degree burns. Despite only being given 48 hours to live, Terry survived her initial injuries and told police of the violent encounter, claiming that Craig beat and raped her after she said she wanted a divorce. Craig was initially charged with first-degree arson and domestic violence. A few days later, he was charged with attempted murder, sexual assault, and resisting arrest, injuring an officer in the process. Terry would end up passing away 10 months later from pneumonia with complications from her burns, making her death a homicide. On March 12, 2020, Craig Lewis was charged with first-degree murder. He has been out on bond nearly 6 years now. Since the incident, he will face trial for the death of Terry Lewis.
All right, so that's the court case we're watching. Their little, I don't know what you would call it, preview of what it is explained it perfectly. It is awful hindsight. Oh, Lord, JLR's talking about no lines voting. My husband got to the place that we have to vote at 6:20. They didn't open till 7 o'clock, and he said there was already probably 100 people in line. So I'm attempting to dodge lines, but I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to. How has everybody been? Let's see, I don't think I'm on the right thing. Upcoming. It may just play that thing again, which we'll just, oh no, okay. We're good to go. This one's gonna be rough, so trigger warning to whoever comes in. Y'all, I didn't know it was supposed to rain, and I let the dogs out this morning. And now they're soaked, so they're stuck outside. Hey, Mo. Good morning. It's early for you. Good grief. Gator hater. Hopefully y'all can't hear Brooklyn's tablet. Not Brooklyn, Logan's tablet. I fought a migraine Sunday probably all day. I was in the bed asleep all day yesterday. I feel somewhat human today, not not all the way, so y'all just excuse my appearance. Over here. Should be starting soon, I think. Said 9 o'clock, but we know Lux Shampoo. That's an interesting name. We are going to watch this trial, South Carolina versus Craig Lewis. Thanks, Funky. Then I get home from dropping Brooklyn off at school this morning, and something has busted my hot tub, so I had to drain it out this morning in the rain. My life is chaos all the time. I'm gonna have to go find my glasses. I'll be right back. Okay. Hopefully they start before too long. Well, let's see. I'm trying to make myself smaller so we can, there we go. See this better. I had never heard of this case until yesterday. I don't know if any of y'all have. My dog's pissed at me outside soaking wet. She'll be alright. Hey, Nicole. I still feel like poo. But I don't have a choice but to get up, so I figured I'd come and do this today. I was lucky my husband got off work like really early yesterday morning. So he took care of Logan while I slept all day. Good morning, Cindy. Oh, jeez. Now my dog's going to start. Good morning, Shanaby and Darzilla. Be careful, don't fall again, please. I don't know about where you're at, but it's raining here and everything's gonna be wet, so be safe. Well, I said 9 o'clock, they're late. I was rushing to get here on time. So gonna be another judge like the Leilani Simon trial, y'all think? 100 breaks and late to everything? That'd suck. Darcilla, I bet it did. That's scary. I'm glad you're okay though. Lunch lady, how are you? I haven't seen you in forever, it feels like. Are you working or did y'all get lucky and get off today? My kids had school, but I know some counties were out. Oh, you got lucky. Off today. I wish we were off today because I wouldn't have been on here. I would have been asleep, I'll tell you that. Did you get to sleep in at least? My goodness, they are taking forever. Funky, you're stupid. Let me see. Hey, Reggie. Let me see if I can pull that video back up. I don't know if it'll play it again. Like the preview for the case. Let's just go back over here. I'll keep an eye out on this. Over here. Funky. I'm always nice to you. Well, they don't even have the preview on here anymore. Granny Bassmaster, that sounds good. Where are you gonna get biscuits and gravy from? Back home, everybody went to Martin's. I don't know where people go out here, though. They don't have Martin's around here. Oh, here we go. Let's go full screen. Talking about the air conditioning, we are not. Oh, at Jack's. I love me some Jack's. Cindy E, y'all be careful. Make sure you keep up with it. Granny, their chicken is my favorite. This judge looks like he probably don't mess around, huh? That is Craig Lewis, I believe. Ugh.
Are you ready? Yes, I am. All right, good morning. Let's see, we've got a couple of things to take up before we bring the jury in. Could we first get juror number 90?
Juror number 90.
Can y'all hear this good? The volume's up as loud as it'll go. Oh no, Cindy. Randy, that's exactly what I thought. He's been on bond this whole time, which is absolutely insane to me. Y'all hear Logan's his little pew-pew in the background, Lord help me. When this starts, I'll mute so y'all don't hear all the background noise. He's 2. He doesn't care what be quiet is supposed to mean. Funky. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that he's been out on bond this whole time, especially as awful as what he did was. Cindy, if you go back to the beginning of my live, I played like a 1-minute video about what the case is about. That it's easier for you to watch that than it would be for me to explain it to you. Because I didn't even know about it until yesterday. Yes, Craig Lewis. That's who this guy is. For his birthday, Darzilla. I got your package, by the way. Thank you so much. He's gonna love it. Awesome. Shani B. Court TV had the preview going before this started, and now I can't go back to it to show y'all while we wait. Hindsight, yes, he is. This case is probably going to be a huge trigger warning for a bunch of people. I'll just have to be sure to keep it posted. Logan, you okay, bud? He's got a punchable face. Ben George asked that before too. Does he have a punchable face? Oh, that made me laugh so hard. James Dale, how are you? Not very loud. Court TV's volume sucks. So I have it cut up as loud as it'll go. How many glasses does he need? He's got a pair around his neck and now on his eyes.
Anything from counsel before we bring in the jury?
Your Honor, as discussed previously, on yesterday, the defense argued a motion for suppression in reference to the search warrant, and its motion was to suppress or quash the search warrant. On last evening, I'd like to present to the court at this time, there was a video in reference to this trial, and it goes to one of the issues that was raised in my motion. The issue was the time of service of the search warrant and the fact that the search warrant was issued January 17, 2019, dated and timed for 5:30. It appears through that video that I don't know who took it or how it was taken, but it was taken of the officers that were present at the scene, and it appears to show that the search in fact happened during daylight hours. I would like to ask that the court, I believe that the only avenue is to ask that the court reconsider its motion regarding the motion to suppress. And I'd like to publish that video if it's okay with the court.
Hear from Ms. Swanson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I did view the video, and it seems to show exactly what Captain Jason Chapman testified to. Officers maybe marking things outside of the residence, writing things down. It's obviously the sun is going down. Jason Chapman did look up when sunset and twilight occurred on January 17th of 2019 and made a little memorandum about it with some pictures indicating such. We did provide that to the defense, and if I could just mark this as a state's exhibit for purposes of this reconsideration, I'd like to present this to the court. It's exhibit 59 because I've already marked a bunch of pictures that I intend to enter into evidence, so I apologize. We went from 1 to 59, but as long as it's marked and documented, it should be fine. But our arguments would remain the same, that the scene was secured, that nothing was taken out of the residence prior to the search warrant getting there, that the search warrant did get there at about 5:38 or so, and that there were certain items that needed to be photographed due to exigent circumstances. For instance, the pool of water that was in the carport. As we discussed yesterday, there was no indication of any bad faith by the officers, and as such, I believe the search warrant and the fruits of that warrant should be admissible for the trial of this case.
Right. Any objection to the document, to states 59?
No objections to that.
So,
In as much as, I guess it's rebuttal to this video, I assume that's how she's presenting it.
I just didn't know if we were going to try to call live witnesses or you would just have that document there.
If there's no objection, I would just like to submit the document just as Ms. Bright Matthews wants to publish the video.
Do you have, as far as putting it in as an exhibit, do you have it on a thumb drive, or do you have, or am I going to look at your iPad?
I can email it to you.
I'm just trying to figure out how we make it part of
I don't
the
know
record.
how I would do that. Otherwise, this just came to light. We can certainly put it on a thumb drive and include it as an exhibit once you view it.
Let's do that then, because I probably need to rule on this sooner rather than later.
Yes.
So I guess I'll just look over your shoulder on the iPad. I'll we'll just come down there and Ms. Swanson,
I can
you
just-
join us, or?
She's seen it and so have I, so basically, it's there.
Okay.
Okay, only you.
Can you pause for a second? Is the part you want me to deal with, not the whole thing, just, so we're getting to it, okay, I got you, all right.
It's very short.
Okay, no worries, I was just making sure.
Trying to start over more, so let's just say they got close to the story. I don't know, you're learning fabric
Say hi. Hey. No, don't touch my computer. Say hi, buddy. Hey.
Oh, let's hit that man.
Look, they say, hey, buddy.
And that's not that's, not that's it. That's the snow.
Look right here.
That's the next day.
Look, you say, hey,
That's
buddy.
also the house. That's also the house.
Uh-huh. You don't, that's gross. Get down. Go play. Granny, don't let his looks deceive you. He's a brat.
I can't hear.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. And I'll get this put on the jump rock.
Okay, thank you. And you're just, not the whole
But they say, hey,
thing, just the part that was running. All right, I've had an opportunity to review the video. Ms. Watson, you said you wanted to put something on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. In that video, it does feature Angela Stallings, Captain Angela Stallings from the Colleton County Sheriff's Office. And it was testified to yesterday that she was actually the one that left the scene and came back to the scene with the search warrant. And so it's the state's contention that when she was walking around with items, it was when she brought back that search warrant. And I would hand up State's Exhibit 59, because of course in that video, you also do not see the defendant. But I would also hand up State's Exhibit 59, which outlines when sunset occurred and twilight for the court. And that was without objection, is my understanding.
Let's see, can I take a look at that? Thank you so much.
Reggie, what is it that you're looking at the whole thing of? Are you talking about that video that the judge was just watching? I'm too nosy. I'd have to see the whole thing too.
Is there anything else then on this motion?
There's nothing else, Your Honor, from the defendant.
And we have 59, States 59 without objection, and I guess it'll be defendants 1. Were there exhibits yesterday associated with, I guess this is just defendants 1, because, or what were the exhibits numbers yesterday with regard to the motion to suppress, or were there?
I think I marked, yes, I marked but did not put it into evidence, the report of Shauna Tosha and the medical records of the defendant.
So they were not put in. Yes, I'm just trying to figure out what we call the video that you're going to send. Is that defendants one, or have we already used one possibly?
I need to check with the court.
The court said to start over for the trial. Hearing the two trials. Thank you. But then start over for the trial. Okay. This is in reference to the pre-trial. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is a reconsideration pre-trial.
It was Kelly Padgett.
Reggie, if I was the lawyer or the
Stop,
This
son.
video that we're or the judge, I'd want to see the whole thing.
And
Good morning, MTV. How are you? I don't want to my
So I've had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 59, which was offered without objection. I've also had an opportunity to review Defendants 3 offered in reconsideration of the ruling on the suppression motion yesterday, and that motion was against suppression. And having reviewed 59, States 59 and 3, I'm going to respectfully deny the motion to reconsider at this time. So I'll give you 59, and 3 will be coming on a thumb drive or some method of turning it into an exhibit. All right, anything else before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the defense.
Bring the jury.
Good morning, Turtle Talk.
This?
He really does have that punchable face, that smug look. It makes you just want to punch him right in the, right in the nose. Hey, eyeballs. Thanks for waiting.
Got them all, looks like. Good morning. Good morning. I'm going to now ask you the question I told you yesterday I was going to ask you now, which is, did all of you follow the instruction with regard to not viewing any media, not speaking about the case, all of that? Is that fantastic? Were any of you contacted by anyone attempting to influence your decision or tell you anything about this case? No. Okay. Any other questions for these jurors before we begin?
None from the state.
Thank you so much. All right then, I'm going to read you some more things. I read you some things yesterday, and we can go on today a little bit more. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the case we're about to try is the case of the state versus Craig Anthony Lewis. Before we begin this trial, I want to tell you this trial is probably different from what you might expect. Many people do not have the chance to attend actual court sessions, as you are doing now, and may think from watching television or movies or reading books that trials are always full of high drama, intense action, and riveting circumstances. While all of these things may be true at times, this trial is not for entertainment. It is a fundamental part of our democracy, an effort to make sure that justice is done between the parties before the court. Making sure that justice is done is often slow, deliberate, and repetitive. the opposite of what you might have seen on television or in movies or read in books. The courtroom is a place of honor dedicated to the protection and preservation of citizens' rights through what many have called as the greatest justice system ever created. The attorneys appearing before you are advocates for the parties they represent. First and foremost, they are officers of the court, sworn to uphold the integrity and fairness of our judicial system and to help you in the search for the truth. Should you expect them to be professional, you should expect them to be professional, competent, ethical in the representation of their client's interests. You're also expected to be professional, reasonable, and ethical. Thank you for accepting the important responsibility of jury service and for your contribution today to our justice system. What I will now say is intended to serve as an introduction to the trial. These remarks are not a charge on the law. I will instruct you on the applicable law at the end of the trial before you retire to consider your verdict. This is merely an explanation of the procedure that we will follow during the trial so that you may better understand what may happen during the trial. There will be no note-taking during this trial, so pay attention as we go forward. The defendant is charged by an indictment filed in this court with the crimes of murder and arson, the elements of which will be explained to you later. The indictment is simply the charge by which the case is brought into court. It is not, in any sense, evidence of any of the allegations it contains. The defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. The state, therefore, has the burden of proving each of the elements of the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. And it will be your duty, ladies and gentlemen, to decide whether the state has met that burden. Your purpose as jurors is to find and determine the facts. You are the sole judge of the facts. If at any time I make a comment regarding the facts, you must disregard it. You are to determine the facts from the testimony you hear and the other evidence introduced in court. It is up to you to determine the inferences which you may feel may properly be drawn from the evidence. It is especially important that you perform your duty of determining the facts diligently and conscientiously, because ordinarily there is no way to correct an erroneous determination of facts by a jury. On the other hand, and with equal emphasis, the same law that makes you judges of the facts makes me judge of the law. The law is given by the court is the only law you may consider. You may accept and follow it even though you may disagree with it. You must accept and follow it even though you may disagree with it. I cannot tell you what the facts are, and you cannot disagree with me about what the law is or should be. Your job is to take the law as I give it to you and apply it to the facts as you find them from the testimony of the witnesses and any evidence that is presented. After doing that, you will render a verdict under the solemn oath that you took as jurors. Until I tell you that you may begin to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone, including your
His
fellow
wife
jurors,
died.
friends, family
That's who
members, and
the-
anyone involved in the case.
That's who
The
this is
attorneys and
about.
parties in this case have been advised they are not to talk to you at all. So if you see anyone involved in the case and they do not even say hello, they're not being unfriendly, they're just following my instructions. You must make your decision based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. That means during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about the facts of the case, the evidence presented, or the people or organizations involved in any way with the trial. Please do not try to find out information from any source outside the courtroom. In other words, you must not look at dictionaries or other reference materials, search the internet, websites, or blogs, or use any electronic tools to get any information about this case to help you decide the case. You may not use computers, telephones, cell phones, smartphones, tablets, the internet, or other tools of technology with communication capabilities at any time while you're in the courtroom or during your deliberations. During your breaks for meals or overnight if necessary, I hope that's unnecessary, you may use these devices. However, you must not use these devices to communicate with anyone about the case until the case is over. This means you must not use phone calls, emails, text messages, instant messages, Twitter, any blog, chat room, or website, including Facebook, Google+, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, or any social media website to send or receive information about the case. This includes information about the party, a witness, an attorney, a court officer, news accounts about the case, research on any topics raised, any topics that you feel would be beneficial in deciding the case, or any testimony presented by any witness. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about this case. This includes anything that may be in the newspapers, on the internet, radio, or television. You must not consider anything you have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom, whether before or during the trial. Information on television, radio, the internet, or from other sources might be wrong or incomplete. In our judicial system, it is important that you are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of this courtroom. If you become aware of another juror's violation of these instructions, please inform me immediately. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in the case until all of the evidence has been presented. The parties have made their closing argument, and I've instructed you on the law. It is your solemn responsibility to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant, and your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is presented to you in this trial and the law as I instruct you during and at the close of the trial. In just a moment, the solicitor will make what is called an opening statement, in which the solicitor will explain to you the issues, or at least what the solicitor thinks the issues are. The attorney for the defendant will also make an opening statement, although she is not required to do so. What the attorneys tell you during their opening statements is not evidence. It is only their contention as to what the issues are. The evidence will be presented to you by the testimony of sworn witnesses from this witness stand or by exhibits that may be introduced into evidence. From time to time during the trial, you may hear one of the lawyers say something like, "Your Honor, I believe we have a question of law or a matter of law to discuss with you," or "Your Honor, may we approach the bench?" Or sometimes I myself might find it necessary to excuse you from the courtroom for a short while so the attorneys and I can discuss a matter of law. The reason for this is because you are the judges of the facts, and sometimes when I'm discussing matters of law with the attorneys, it may be necessary for me to make some comment as to the facts in connection with ruling whether or not a particular law applies. I'm not supposed to tell you what I think the facts are, so I will excuse you from the courtroom while these discussions take place, so that in no way will you be influenced by anything that I might say or do in connection with the facts. In determining what the true facts are, you must decide whether or not the testimony of the witness is believable. It will be my responsibility to rule as a matter of law on whether certain testimony is admissible at all or not. But once the testimony is admitted, whether or not you believe it is solely for you to determine. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you have the right to consider the interest of any witness, the bias of any witness, the prejudice of any witness, the opportunity for the witness to have seen matters and things about which the witness may testify, and the way the witness acts on the witness stand. You have a right to consider anything in the record that will help you evaluate the testimony of the witnesses. That means that it is your duty to pay close attention to these witnesses, to observe the witnesses, to listen to the witnesses, and to pay close attention to the attorneys and the court. Don't let your thoughts wander, but give strict attention to the testimony, so that at the end of all of the testimony, after the argument of counsel and the charge on the law by the court, you will then be in a position to determine what the true facts are and to apply the law to those facts and thus render a verdict. It is your added duty, Madam Foreperson, to preside in the jury room and be the jury spokesperson here in court. It will also be your duty to write the verdict, but I will give you further instructions about that at the conclusion of this trial. In order to preserve everyone's rights, I will give the parties an opportunity to object to anything I've said. Any exceptions to anything in the opening?
None from the state.
None from the defense.
All right, thank you. We will now begin the trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. What happened to Terry Lewis on January 17th of 2019 was no accident. She was burned on 38% of her body, primarily the front of her body, concentrated to the right side. Her face, her neck, her hair was charred. These were third-degree burns. Third-degree burns all over her body, down to her legs, all over the front of her legs, that left her bedridden for almost 10 months before she finally succumbed to the complications from these burns. She had breathed in fire. Now, the actions before and after this event of her husband of 20 years, Craig Lewis, were not those of a loving and caring husband. They were those of a murderer. You're going to hear that rather than call 911, Craig paraded Terry around the house, who was dying from burns, fighting for her life. There were bloody footprints all through the house. Put clean clothes on her, cleaned himself up before going to the ER. The nurse at the ER cuts the clothes off of Terry, because the burns are so bad. Clothes are clean, they're not burned at all. In fact, nobody ever finds burned up clothes. Nobody finds the clothes that Terry was apparently in when she, according to Craig, caught herself on fire. You're also going to hear that once the decision was made to airlift Terry to the Augusta Burn Center, due to the extent of her burn injuries, Craig left the ER. He left. And when police made contact with him at 273 Wade Hampton Drive, their shared residence, he was spraying off the carport. He was spraying off what appeared to be fire debris on the carport. A couch had been removed from the living room. A couch that was later found burned up on the side of the road of Risher Mountain Road. Craig had another residence too. That was located off of Kansas City Road. And what law enforcement found there the next day was a trailer that appeared to have cotton, that appeared to be the same sort of stuffing that came from the couch, and burn pits, smoking burn pits. Now, you're going to hear from a number of witnesses in this case, and the evidence is going to come from the witness stand. What I say and what Ms. Bright Matthews say, it's not evidence. And what you must do is base your decision on what you hear in the courtroom, the evidence that is presented to you through exhibits, testimony, pictures. The state bears the burden of proof in this case. And I must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Lewis committed these crimes, murder and arson first. I prove that to you through the introduction of evidence. Evidence beyond a reasonable doubt is evidence that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. You must be firmly convinced. Now, your job as jurors is to determine the facts of the case. You get to decide who's credible, what really happened, and then, of course, Judge Dukes is the judge on the law. And at the end of all of the evidence, he's going to instruct you on that law. Now, I do want to point out that this is a circumstantial case. There is nobody that witnessed this event, which is fairly typical in domestic homicide, because domestic violence occurs behind closed doors. But Leanne Callum Kroenke, Terry Lewis's daughter, who's in the gallery today, is going to tell you what she observed the night before. The night before, Craig says his wife set herself on fire. Set herself on fire with the fireplace that she's been working for 25 years. Terry Lewis has lived in the same house with the same wood-burning fireplace for 25 years, has probably lit hundreds of fires without incident. Until the day after, Leanne witnesses a big fight between the two of them. The law makes no distinction between circumstantial and direct evidence, and that's something that the judge is going to tell you more about later on in the case. But to the extent that we rely on circumstantial evidence, it must all point conclusively to Craig Lewis. And I think at the end of this case, you're going to find that it does. At the end of this case, I'm going to ask you to find Mr. Lewis guilty of murder and arson first, because this was no accident. He's going to tell you it was an accident that she lit herself on fire. but the evidence in the scene says otherwise. Thank you.
This guy is
May it
truly
please court.
a monster, and he does not look fazed whatsoever.
And this court probably maybe,
Hey, just Grammy.
we think it happened this way, doesn't cut it. Each of you took a solemn oath. Each of you understand that the Constitution affords my client, Craig Lewis, a right to be judged by his peers. Peers like you. Peers who've been to the hospital. Peers who know about Walterboro. Peers who understand human nature. Peers who've had dealings with law enforcement. Peers who understand being accused just because. And peers who understand their motives that people have all the time. You took a solemn oath to uphold our Constitution. Now, the state is right. They have a burden. And the judge is going to explain that burden. He's going to give you the law, and only he is the arbiter of the law. You have to judge the facts or the lack of facts in this case. Now, what will you hear? When you look at all the charges, we're here because Craig Lewis is charged with arson, means he set the fire. Craig Lewis is charged with murder, and the judge will explain to you the elements that they have to show for murder. I'm going to tell you what you will hear. You will hear that a fire occurred on Wade Hampton Avenue on January 17th, 2019, and that it occurred as a result of Terry Lewis trying to start a fire in her wood-burning stove. As jurors, you come in here, you know where Wade Hampton Avenue is, over there near I still call it John C. Calhoun, but the private school over there off of Academy Road, which is behind the hospital. It's not very far from the hospital. You have to use your common sense throughout this trial. Wade Hampton Avenue is not far from Colleton Prep. And Colleton Prep certainly is not far from our hospital. So there's a big deal about not calling 911. If your loved one is hurt, you take them straight there if you're closer to the hospital. You will hear that at 12:14 on January 17th, Craig rushed his wife into the ER in a wheelchair. They were sent to room 19. Craig went to park the truck and returned to room 19 to wait with his wife. You will hear from the hospital representatives and what the report says. It's written that he signed his wife in at 12:21. The admit time on the records you will hear is at 12:12. You will also hear that eventually a nurse came and got an explanation from Terry Lewis as to what happened. You will hear that she was able to talk. You will hear that she was alert. You will hear that she was cooperative. You will hear that she was in severe pain. You will also hear that the nurse received a triage information from Terry Lewis. I was trying to light the stove with lighter fluid, and the flyer blew back on me.
Morning,
That
Kathy.
wasn't Craig's words, that was the patient's word. You will hear that she was also checked. You will hear from the nurse that it also explained that she questioned about her social environment. Are you okay? Are you worried? Those are typical. You have to use your common sense here. When they put that notation in your chart, it's for a reason. To make sure that you're comfortable. You will hear that Craig Lewis was in the room. Then you will hear the second part. Tests were run on Terry. The lab tests were done. They were returned at 12:57. Mind you, 12:12 is when she was admitted. You will hear that the doctor came in. The doctor goes through a physical examination of Miss Lewis, and the doctor says the same thing except for one thing. He checked her mouth, he checked her extremities, he checked her vitals. That's what you'll see the report on. We've subpoenaed the doctor to be here. He's going to tell you that Terry Lewis explained to him that she was trying to light the fire with lighter fluid, and the fire came back on her. You will hear that Craig Lewis stayed when the doctor said, I noticed some shortness of breath on the report. He will tell you, and it's written in his report, that he counseled with Terry and with Craig about relieving of pain because she was in excruciating pain, and with his concern of her airway because he noticed that there was a little soot in her mouth and that she was getting shortness of breath. The report says SOB, shortness of breath. And as a result of that, the doctor then, at 12:27, the report clearly shows that the doctor counseled and he performed an intubation. He also says, I counseled the patient, she consents, and her husband consents also. So why are we here? The doctor then explains, and you will hear his testimony, that because of the severity of injuries, burns, and the intubation, he was going to find a room for Terry, not at the Augusta. He tried at the Augusta Burn Center. She was going to be sent to the burn unit at the Augusta Hospital, but after they waited in the hospital for over an hour to get the transfer, they had no beds. They received a call back. Miss Bishop, the nurse, is going to come. They received a call back. There was no bed in Augusta, so Craig stayed there with his wife. Then they found a bed, but it was only in Atlanta at their burn unit. When they first made the call to Augusta Burn Unit, Craig called Leanne. He called Leanne and said, hey, you need to get here. She works because they're about to send you. He told her what happened and said, your mom burnt herself. She works in North Charleston, so she had to come here. Craig waited and waited. He, for a little while, called Leanne again. Said, where are you? She finally got there. Craig's still at the hospital. Here's where the problem comes in. Leanne's in the room. Craig then leaves to go to the house because he's worried about getting his things together so that he can go to Atlanta with his wife. Leanne then tells the nurse something happened. I don't agree with the way her burns are, and I don't agree with what she said and how it happens. I believe he burnt her. Now, you're going to hear something. My client was 27 years old back in 2006 when he married Leanne's mom. Leanne's mama was 49. When this occurred, she was 63 years old. We're only here to speak the truth, and we hope the state does too, because you need the full picture. You will hear from Dr. Rinker about how Leanne's mom had all of her adult life was a severe bipolar. You will also hear that her burns were not third degree all over her body. Her burns were only third degree down on her leg. They were second degree above. I'll get the doctor to explain the difference in the two. You will also hear that not only did she have that, she had severe tremors and shakes of her arms. You will also hear from Dr. Rinkin that she was a breast cancer survivor. And she had gone through, she had a double mastectomy, had gone through radiation and chemotherapy. You will also hear that she had TIAs, mini strokes. You will also hear that there was some concern of dementia.
What does her breast cancer and strokes have anything to do with this?
You
No.
need to have the whole picture. After 3 hours at the hospital and after Leanne got to the hospital, Craig then left. And that's when everything ensued. I'm not sure what the big deal of making sure that his wife is properly clothed before she goes to the hospital. But I can't imagine anybody taking someone to the hospital with no clothes. Craig left the hospital to go get ready to follow and get to the hospital in Atlanta. While he was there, 2 deputies walked in. He let them in the house. After they questioned him, they told him he could go. The officers walked with him out. He locked his door. He got in his truck. And as he got in his truck, 8 to 10, I'm not sure, you're going to have to count yourself, 8 to 10 deputies arrived behind his truck, and one who had not questioned him said, "He's not going anywhere. Get him out of the truck." A scuffle ensued. Keys were yanked. Craig ended up with a big bruise on his face and ended up in jail. And we're here 5 years later. You will hear what the officers did to investigate. Since this is so serious, you will also hear the statements they took, the evidence they took, and what they did with the evidence that they took. The CDV they've talked about, that charge too, but dropped. The burden of proof is on the state. Here's what you will not hear and see in this trial. You will not see a video of Craig bringing Terry in the hospital, even though the state has the burden. And you know, 2019, there was video. You will not hear the dispatch tape recording or log or transcript of who called in the 911 tape. And you will not hear what was said by our audio recording. No evidence was preserved. The written report of the video of the first deputies on the scene, you won't see that either. The first deputies did not write a report. You won't even see a dash cam or a body cam. 2019 Colleton County Sheriff's Department did not, out of 10 officers at the scene, none of them have produced a body cam or dash cam. The 9 to 11 officers at the scene, not one recording, even with their cell phone. You will not hear a consistent story from any of the officers of how Craig went from talking to them inside the house, explaining what happened, to him getting into the car and preparing to go to the burn unit. You will hear how Captain Stallings responded and gave the command to take him down. Craig hadn't gotten up since that command. You will hear how Terry died 10 months later, and Craig couldn't even be around his wife on these allegations that they cannot prove. You will not see all of the evidence collected. You will not see a SLED report testing the blanket that he used to try to smother the fire. You will not see SLED report or testing on the couch to see if there was accelerant on the couch. You will not see evidence that the state's going to present as it relates to the lighter fluid can. You will see the lighter fluid can, but they never tested it. They have no evidence that Craig's fingerprints are on it. You will not see a test for accelerant on Terry Lewis's body. You will hear of Officer Tozier going to the hospital and looking at Terry's feet. And she's wrapped, and she does not do anything to swab to make sure there's any accelerant on her body. You will not hear from the fire department in this case. So I asked the question earlier, if you like drama shows where they go through all the meticulous evidence, you won't get that. This is a probably maybe. I think this is how it happened. Case. You will not hear even about the testing of the wood that was in the fireplace. 5 hours later, when they went to the house, only thing they could do was touch the inside of the fireplace. Yet, every officer up there was experienced, and they knew that the burden one day rests with them. Let's talk about Terry's care. She went to the burn unit. She stayed there for 2 months unconscious, intubated. She stayed at the Augusta Rehab Center after she left Atlanta for 4 weeks. She was unable to walk when she left. You will hear that she then was transferred to Charleston for occupational therapy and rehab. She was doing well for 2 months, starting to feed herself, trying to walk around with a walker. Then she had to go back to Augusta, the Augusta Center, in July to have a surgery on her neck. It's called a neck drop surgery. The doctor will explain that. Then she went to Trident and to the Augusta Center. You will hear in the evidence that she fell 2 times out of bed, hurting her elbow. You will hear also that she received a contusion on her lung. Then you will hear that she was recovering from burns, but developed a gaping bed sore. You will hear that after that, she lost her will to live. I believe the notes from the doctor says, lost her will to live. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very serious case. This is both Terry Lewis's and Craig Lewis's day for you as the jury to weigh the state's case and bring back a verdict which speaks the truth. Oftentimes I wonder, without these frivolous allegations of probably, maybe, I think that's how it happened, whether or not Terry's will would have changed there at the end. She died. The state also has to prove that the cause of her death was in reference to this fire. They cannot meet that burden, but yet here we are anyway. All I ask is on behalf of Craig and Terry, I ask that you remember your solemn oath and give both of them justice. Thank you. May she rest in peace.
Thank you. Call your first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Whitney Bishop.
Listen, to me, just because he called 911 and took her to the hospital doesn't mean crap. Leilani called 911 that her son was missing, and look at her. She's in prison forever now. Alex Murdaugh called 911 on his son and his wife that he killed.
Bishop, please come forward this morning.
And I'm not sure why he would make sure she had clean clothes on. That'd be the least of my worries if my wife was burned. And I'd want to get her to the hospital, not worry about changing her clothes.
Affirmative testimony give the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat on the witness stand. State your-
Hindsight, from what I understand, yes, she did. She told the police that he did that, and
Name is Whitney Bishop. Bishop is Bishop.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bishop.
Hard
Where do
heard.
you work?
I currently work for HCA in the education department for nursing
All right, where did you work in 2019?
at Colleton Medical Center in the emergency department.
Okay, were you a nurse there?
Yes,
Were you on duty on January 17th of 2019?
I was.
All right, and do you recall treating a patient named Terry Lewis?
I do.
How did she come into the ER?
She came through our front doors as a burn victim.
All right, do you recall if she was transported by ambulance or private vehicle?
She came by private vehicle.
Do you recall who was with her?
Her husband, Craig Lewis.
All right, and can you describe her condition?
She had multiple stages of burning across her body. Was very hysterical due to the pain, the suffering of the burns that she had.
Okay. Do you recall if she was verbal at that time?
I do not recall if she was making any verbal comments. It was very minimum. It was nothing that was going to be clear sentences to talk to us.
All right. And let me know if you need to see medical records to refresh your memory. I'm going to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 6, 7, and 8.
Well, I'm not the one that you have your video ready. Thank you. I know that much.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 and ask if you recognize what's contained in these pictures.
And yes, these were the clothing that we cut off of her once she got into a room in the ER.
Okay, so this is the clothing that the victim was wearing when she presented and you cut it off of her.
That is correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how they appeared when you saw them?
Yes.
Okay. State would move 6, 7, and 8 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
No objection. That would be State 6, 7, 8.
Thank you. And I would move to publish.
Please proceed.
hey, Tammy.
I don't think this. I don't think this. Sorry, it takes a minute to go up.
Turn the lights. The lights. Oh, you got it. Thank you.
Okay, and this is States Exhibit 6 that I'm publishing. And Ms. Bishop, when you cut these clothes off of Terry Lewis, did they appear burned in any way?
No, ma'am, they were not.
Publishing States 7. Is this a shirt
That was her shirt that she was wearing.
and shorts?
That is correct.
And then what is this?
That was either a form of Depends or feminine medical underwear of some sort.
Thank you. And then state, this is just a shirt again? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you a bag that's been marked as State's Exhibit 58. And I know this is not your bag, but once you cut those clothes off of Terry Lewis, did you hand them over to law enforcement?
Yes, once law enforcement arrived, they were given over to law enforcement.
All right. And do these appear to be the same clothes in the photographs that I just showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State would move 58 into evidence at this time. Do you recall what time she came in? Can I hand you the report?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, first witness.
Granny. Tammy, this is about this man burned his wife. She had up to
You can
30
review
burns.
the report and tell us what time
Then
she came in.
She later reported that
It looks like that her time into the ER was at 12:12.
he was
And
abusive
was she
and
intubated?
scarred her, and she ended
Not
up
on arrival.
dying.
She was intubated once we got her to the room.
Okay, do you know what time she was
Later.
intubated?
From issues from being burned.
We started medication prior to intubation at 12:30, and then she was intubated right after us administering the medications for intubation.
Okay. Was she verbal? Is the patient verbal after intubation?
No, ma'am.
Hey, Mitchell.
And you say Craig Lewis was with her?
That is correct.
Do you recall if he told you anything about how the injuries occurred?
If I remember correctly, it was that she, I don't know whether she was lighting a wood stove fire, or she was adding wood to the stove fireplace type situation, and that it came back on her and burned her that way.
Okay. And do you recall about how long he was there?
He wasn't there very long after intubation. I would say probably less than 20 or 30 minutes, as we were going to be transferring her to a different hospital for not being a burn center. He had left the facility to what we assumed was to go gather things for them to go to the burn hospital.
Okay. And then at some point, did you speak to Leanne Kellum?
Yes.
Okay. And is she the daughter of Terry Lewis?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do as a result of talking to Leanne?
After speaking with her, I requested that our unit clerk call dispatch and have law enforcement respond to the hospital, as that we needed to have their involvement due to the scares of maybe that this was a form of a victim abuse type situation.
Okay, thank you. Please answer any questions Ms. Bright Matthews has for you. I'm going to let you hang on to that report for now in case you need to reference it. I'll just ask that you give it back to me on the way out.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Brandy, I agree. Like that lady in Georgia, in Athens, Georgia. I don't know if y'all remember her. They said she burned herself. I can't even think of her name, but she was out towards Athens. Dolly covered her, I think.
Ms. Bishop,
It
thank you
was
for
around
coming.
the
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that
Quentin Simon
you no
trial.
longer work for the
That happened.
hospital.
Not directly, no, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you been a nurse?
I've been a nurse for 10 years.
And back in 2019, how long had you been a nurse?
5 years.
Had you worked at the hospital before that?
Yes, ma'am.
In what capacity?
I had been
Yes,
a
thank you.
patient care tech for a year and then transitioned into the nursing role in 2014.
Okay, so you'd been there for quite some time,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
I've gone in to visit people at the hospital and found sometimes that it's locked down. Can you explain to this jury what the hospital protocol is as it relates to lockdown and patient safety?
If the hospital goes on lockdown, it is put that nobody can enter or exit the facility. It's depending on whether or not it's a full hospital lockdown or if it's just a department lockdown as to who is allowed in or out. Security and law enforcement typically stand at the front doors of the facility to help navigate anybody that's trying to come or not enter the facility.
What is the hospital's protocol as it relates to when a lockdown is necessitated?
If there's concern for additional patient or staff safety and that there has been an event that they would be concerned if somebody would come into the hospital to continue to follow through in an event.
Was there a lockdown in this case?
I do not recall.
You do not recall?
I do not recall.
The
Jamie-
fact that you told your unit nurse to call the police, did that result in a lockdown?
It would not have always resulted. Lockdowns are called by either administration or the nursing supervisor in the circumstances that's going on with the situation.
I got it. Now, is your line or the line there at the hospital where the calls to police are made, is that a recorded line?
Thank you, Mitchell.
That I'm
I
not
am
sure of.
Okay.
Fighting
It was called off the desk phone. I'm not sure if the hospital records it or if dispatch would record it, who would record it.
Now, as it relates to the emergency room, you primarily worked in the emergency room?
Yes, ma'am.
And as it relates to that particular day, January 17th, you were working with Dr. Fisher,
That is correct.
and I believe you testified, and I want to make sure I have it right. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Isn't it correct that when Craig wheeled in Terry, that she was sent straight to room 19?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you present when she arrived in
I
room
was.
19? After he wheeled her in, did he go back to move his car?
I'm not sure if he did or not. We moved her from the wheelchair and put her on the bed to then prepare for what we thought was going to have to be an emergent intubation for airway securing. I'm not sure if he moved his car or not.
Is there a video in the lobby of the emergency room? When you
Yes.
walk in, there's a security guard usually there, sometimes. And there are a couple of doors. Is there a video in that lobby?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know how long that video is generally kept by the hospital?
I do not know.
Let's go to your report.
The report that's here is the doctor's report.
Does this appear to be records that are generated in the course of your, and reviewed by you as a nurse while at the hospital?
Yes, this is the print off of the medical record that is put in as information is entered into the computer.
Okay. If you would look at your report there, making sure that it is in reference to Terry Lee Lewis.
That is correct.
What is the greet time? And tell the jury what the greet time means.
Greet time is 12:14, and the greet time is from the time that the patient arrives at, or the arrival time, and then the greet is how long it takes the physician to meet the patient.
So that's 12:14.
That is correct.
Who took the triage notes?
The nurse's notes are not included in this packet.
Okay, let me give you the complete packet. Is that the form as it relates to nurses' notes, or is there another form?
This is still the doctor's information. These are not the nursing notes.
Your Honor, may I ask the I'm going to show you something that is a blown up portion of the hospital record. Is that the doctor's notes or is that nurse's notes?
That is the doctor's notes.
Okay. And did you make any notes?
I did.
And where would those notes be?
If it's related to what the patient presented with, it would be in the patient's rapid assessment or initial assessment, and then any additional notes would go under the patient notes that were entered in.
Who's Dana Clayton?
She is a physician's assistant that worked at Colleton.
And did she participate in this in any way, in getting the information from this patient?
Her name is on the chart as getting information into the medical record.
I'm going to show you the physical exam and the dictation notes. Did you review any of those notes?
Yeah, they're in this, included in this packet.
And that note also?
Yes, it's included in here.
So did the hospital provide your notes to the state and to the defense in this case?
These are all the doctor's notes, not the nursing notes.
Did you make any notes?
I did.
And where would those be, but for in the hospital records?
It would be in the nursing and patient note side of the medical record chart.
Are those not generally provided when the hospital receives a subpoena, or you don't know?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you something that appears to have your signature on it. And it's actually in the packet there. Yeah, I'm going to approach the witness again. Is your signature on that document?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And if you would, please explain for the jury what that document is.
This is a document covering the EMTALA laws stating that we as a facility could transfer a patient from our facility to a higher level of care that was needed. And it states that we would send the patient information with us, all the information that we had gathered, and then it is signed by either a family member, the patient, if able, not in this situation, and then it is witnessed by a staff member from the facility.
Were you present when the doctor counseled with Terry Lewis and when he said that she was cooperative, alert, and agreeable with the intubation? Were you present?
I'm not sure if I was in the room or not.
Okay. Were you present when Craig Lewis signed? I believe you witnessed it,
Yes,
didn't you?
yes, I was present whenever the form was signed because I witnessed it
Do
to
you
put it in the
mind
packet.
telling the jury what time you were in the room with Craig and witnessed that document?
The document was witnessed at 14:31.
14:31. 2 hours, 16 minutes.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the problems, and I'm sorry about not facing you, do you recall the problems that the medical center had with placing Ms. Lewis at the closest place, the burn unit?
Yes, we had issues. First and foremost, anytime we transfer a burn, we try to get them to Doctor's Hospital in Augusta. But we're having issues with that. And then also with the helicopter going. So we had to wind up bringing in a fixed wing plane to meet at the airport with the patient to transfer the patient to another facility.
Do you recognize, is that document that is signed by you, is that a clear and accurate depiction of the hospital record regarding the transfer and the intubation of Terry Lewis?
This doesn't have anything with the intubation on there, but yes, this would be the transfer for the patient to go to another facility.
I would move this into evidence and ask the publisher to the jury, which is a blow up of that document.
No objection, I see.
No objection.
Defense one.
Defendants one.
As this document shows that Craig was present at the hospital and you signed, you would not have witnessed that if he was not present, would you have?
No.
Okay. Can you tell this jury, in looking at the doctor's notes there, what it says, and if you would, I'm referring to page 8 of 15. That's the one with the greet time. If you need me to give it to you.
That's right here. I
You got it? What does it say as it relates to the chief complaint?
Smoke inhalation and thermal burn.
And then what is that next line? The HX, what does that mean? History?
History.
What does it say?
Patient, family, prior medical records.
So history was obtained from the patient. Craig's not the patient. So you, or the doctor, it appears, was able to obtain a history, meaning her prior medical problems, directly from the patient and from other medical records.
That is what his documentation states.
Yes, and the onset occurred, meaning when did the problem, the patient is coming in, when did it happen? What does that say?
Just prior to arrival,
And symptom duration,
since onset.
what does that mean? It continues, right?
Right.
Okay, now let's go down to context of onset. What does that mean? Context of onset, if you would explain what that phrase means to the jury.
I wouldn't know how to explain what that would mean. These are the doctor's notes, not the nurse's notes.
What does it say?
Accidental closed-spaced home.
Okay, and then it says, the next line is in big bold, it says caused by, what does it say?
Matches lighter.
Okay, and then it says location.
Diffuse,
What does that mean to you as a nurse?
like all over the body surface, not just in one spot.
Okay, quality, what does that mean?
Painful, or the word, what are you asking me what the word quality stands for?
What does it say for quality? Sorry.
It says painful.
Okay, what about radiation?
Does not radiate.
These are the responses. What I'm having you read are responses just for the jury's information that you read from the doctor's report, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I believe it would be more appropriate to question the doctor about his report than have the nurse reading off of his report. He will be testifying next.
I think I have leave if she used these as a part of her job and she refers to them. It's only a few more questions, but I think it's important.
I'll let her go on, so. overruled.
Let's go down to the note. Did you have an opportunity in your job? Did you read and understand the notes that the doctor wrote in?
I wouldn't have looked at his notes.
Would the doctor look at your notes to make sure that both of you are saying the same thing?
He would have access to it. Whether or not that he would read through all the nursing notes, I can't answer for him.
Do you remember talking to Dr. Fisher about this patient?
I remember being in the room and talking to him in context of the orders that he was putting in for us to carry out as the nursing staff and how to get this patient transferred to an appropriate facility.
Okay. Now, it says there, 3rd-degree burns, all ages. I don't know what that means, but it says burns of the hand, face, feet, and burns over major joints. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell the jury, as a nurse, some concerns or things that you're trained in the capacity of your job to look out for when it comes to potentially abusive situations or when a person has had a crime committed against them. What are you to look for? What's your training?
I mean, it would be to notice if there was
Oh, I
any
agree. Why is she
injury to a
testifying
person,
what the
and then
doctor
to
has said?
notify law enforcement.
Okay. And what if you ask, don't you generally in your triage of the patient ask them, are they okay at home? Were you hurt, or is this a result of an abuse? Or
Not necessarily, no, ma'am.
you don't ask it, are you afraid of hurt? Have you had concerns of hurting yourself? Isn't that a social question that you generally ask?
It is, but it's not in the triage note. It's located in a different part of the charting that may
Okay.
or may not have been completed
Okay.
prior to the patient being intubated.
For the degree of these burns, did you in your talks with Ms. Lewis, did you have any concerns prior to 14/31 when you signed with Craig that she had been abused?
It was not until after having the conversation with the daughter that came in. We were told the story and that something had happened, that the fire had blown back on her.
But prior to that, you were in the room for quite some time with Terry Lewis, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And never once did you hear anything about someone setting her on fire?
I did not know, ma'am, not from
Okay.
her.
Court's indulgence.
Bye, Funky.
Did you ever tell anyone connected to this case, including Miss Lewis's daughter, that Craig brought his wife in and just left? You've never said that, have you?
I didn't say that he just left. It was that he had brought her to the hospital and then left while we were still treating her with care.
You
But-
had already intubated her. He signed at 14:31 is what you told us, and that the daughter was already there when he left to go
No,
get.
ma'am.
Okay. It's your testimony and you have notes where he left early.
I know that he left early. I know that after we finished intubating, he left
With
the
his-
facility. And then we spoke to the daughter.
He left, he made sure the daughter was there first.
No, ma'am. He had already left prior to
So
the
when
daughter coming.
Leanne says that she was in the room with Craig, you're telling us that that's
It may have
incorrect?
been when he came back and we signed this form.
Okay. And you didn't bring any of your records with you?
I was not given the nursing records, no, ma'am.
Okay. Didn't you tell, when Leanne asked you about where she was burned, didn't you tell Leanne that you felt that these burns were consistent with what Terry told you and the doctor? Didn't you initially tell her that? But then out of an abundance of caution, at the end there, went and told the charge nurse? Didn't you initially say that? That they were consistent?
I would not have told her that they were consistent. That's not a nursing diagnosis.
I wasn't asked, I was talking about a conversation, not a diagnosis.
Right, but I still wouldn't.
I think
have
he's
told-
almost
In a
3.
nursing capacity, I wouldn't have said that they were consistent. I can tell what the story was that we were given when the patient arrived, and that the patient had arrived, that there was fire that had burned her, that had came back, and it had burned her skin in the areas that if a fire would come back on somebody, that they would be burned.
Okay. Course indulgence, please.
Granny, I agree. No way.
Thank you.
Thank you, just briefly. Just to clarify, Whitney, do you recall necessarily Terry telling you anything?
I do not.
But you do recall that Craig gave you a story?
Craig was able to give the story of what had transpired, or what we were told was transpired about the incident that had happened.
Okay. And I think you noted, or someone noted somewhere in those records, what level of pain was Terry in? Or what was her pain described as?
The doctor has in his notes, when it talks about quality, it to be painful. The official documentation of a pain scale or pain score would be in the nursing documentation, not necessarily the doctor's documentation that is here. But he has in his note that the pain or the quality was painful is what he selected.
Okay. And of course, I believe you already testified to what her demeanor was like when she came in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Is it the intent to excuse this witness?
Yes, please.
Any objection? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, state calls Dr. Daniel Fisher.
Dr. Fisher, please come forward and be sworn. You may put your papers here.
Any papers here?
Yes. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You affirm testimony you give the court and jury in this case shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat on the witness stand up here.
Okay.
State your name. You
Please
can take those with
take
you.
them with me.
Yes.
Sounds good.
State your name, spell your last name.
Hi, my name is Daniel Fisher. My last name is Fisher.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher. Thank you for being here today. Do you have your medical reports from January 17th of 2019?
Yep, I was given those.
Great. All right. And so on January 17th of 2019, were you working at the Colleton County Medical Center ER?
I was.
And was that something that you typically did?
Not frequently. I'm full-time Trident and Somerville medical assessment, like the Trident system, emergency medicine, and we are kind of sister, with the Colleton Medical Center as well. They'd had a hard time with their staffing, and so I kind of filled in some shifts for them here and there. So I worked infrequently, maybe for a while, for about a year, once every month or two, and then they didn't need the help anymore.
Okay, so you were providing assistance as needed.
Right.
And you're an ER doctor by trade.
Yes.
Can you describe your educational background and professional background in the field of medicine?
Yeah, sure. So I went to medical school at Des Moines University in Iowa, and then I completed my emergency medicine residency in Cleveland at the Cleveland Clinic and Metro Health, part of Case Western University. And then I've been down here since 2014, working, like I said, primarily in the Trident system, also for about 5 years at MUSC as a full-time ER staff doc, and then also doing some faculty work as well.
Okay, great. And have you ever testified as an expert in court before?
I have not.
Okay, first time for everyone. Your Honor, because of his educational background and his professional background, I would submit Dr. Fisher as an expert in emergency medicine.
No objection.
All right, witness will be treated as an expert in the field of emergency medicine.
Thank you. Okay, so on January 17th of 2019, were you working in the ER?
I was.
And did you treat a patient named Terry Lewis?
Based on the record I'm reviewing, yes, I did.
Okay. When did she come into the ER?
Per this chart, the greet time, meaning essentially the moment that we, met her face-to-face was 12:14 p.m.
All right. And what was her condition when she came in?
At the time, she'd arrived as a burn victim with significant burns to the front of her body, also some respiratory symptoms, facial burns, some airway burns, and things were, at least based on my chart review, pretty extreme at the time, like a pretty dire presentation.
Okay. And what kind of burns were they? What degree?
Just a range of first to third. I think if I remember reading the chart, her legs, the front of her legs were primarily third degree. Torso, face, and arms, including like circumferentially around the fingers, was second degree, and probably some scattered first degree here and there too. And there was also some soot and visible burn in her mouth.
Okay. So were you worried about smoke inhalation?
Definitely. And she'd had shortness of breath on arrival, and that, reviewing the chart, that was immediately a concern. That's one of our primary concerns when we're assessing a patient that shows up in critical condition, is making sure their airway is stable. And if it looks like it is compromised or may be compromised shortly, we immediately initiate steps to stabilize that person and control and protect their airway. The fact that she'd had such significant burns and there was visible burn and soot in the mouth, in our training as emergency physicians, we're taught that usually that things are a little precipitous, and if you're able to have a conversation with the patient, you immediately discuss putting a breathing tube in their throat and putting them on a ventilator and protecting their airway before the burn to their airway swells up, and then you lose that ability to protect that airway as easily. Based on this, I was able to have some interaction with her. It seems like she was agreeable to that as well. If a patient is not able to make the decisions for themselves, then we often just go ahead and emergently intubate them ourselves, and we make the decision for them.
Okay. And you stated that her condition was critical. Does that mean that these injuries were life-threatening?
Well, certainly, the burn itself was severe enough that burns to the body and the skin can result in multi-system organ failure, and aside from respiratory failure itself, you can develop a lot of complications that can cause somebody to pass away from a severe burn just to the skin and the torso and the extremities. But in this case, the most immediate threat was to the airway. And
Thank you,
even when I reviewed the
Granny.
chart, she was already kind of having some decline and some
I
worsening
can't-
respiratory status when we intubated her. That wasn't even 15 minutes after she got there. So we made things happen very quickly. And even as we were finally securing the airway, she was already in a worse condition.
Okay.
So the loss of the airway and then inability to breathe would have led to her death without us protecting her airway at the time.
Okay. So she was intubated within about 15 minutes is what you
It looks like she showed up at 12:14, and I see that we gave a paralytic medication. So it's a usual medication we give when we're emergently intubating a patient at about like 12:30. So just about 16, 17, 18 minutes later.
Okay. And you mentioned interaction with the patient. Do you recall if that interaction was verbal, nonverbal?
It's really hard to tell based on chart review. Usually with these really extreme cases, somebody shows up and they're in distress. It's a terrible, scary situation. You're talking with EMS. You're trying to interact with the patient. Usually, like I'm running around the room, yelling and communicating with people, and nurses are talking, and I'm talking. And if there's family, we try and get history. We're trying to get information from the EMS, and if the patient is able to talk, we're trying to get information from them too, even as we're initiating the measures we need to keep them safe and protect them. So based on my
I'll
my
go
chart that
back
was
to the
completed by
beginning
a
of the
scribe I
line.
was
I
working with,
played like a 1-minute
it says a lot
clip
of patient
of
said this, patient said that,
what will pretty much
which she
sum
might
up
have
the
said.
whole court case,
I don't recall
or what
that
the
particular
court case is
encounter. I'm
about.
recalling based on my review of the chart.
If you go back
So when
and
I look
watch
in the
that,
medical
you'll be
record and I
trying to
see
explain
these,
it over
I know
again.
I got that information about how the burn had occurred as it had been stated, and kind of details in the history of present illness. Those were put in, but it's kind of based on the hodgepodge of input. And later on, as I'm dictating things to my scribe, I say, okay, well, I don't remember exactly who said these things, but this is how that went down. This is what I remember being told, and we create our chart from that point.
Okay. So is it possible when it says patient said this, that information came from elsewhere?
Leading. Objection, leading.
Yeah, sustained.
Asking for possibilities also.
Leading.
Okay. I'm not sure how to rephrase that question. So when you say patient stated, does that necessarily mean the patient, i.e. Terry Lewis, stated that?
Objection again, leading.
Same ruling. That was a yes or no answer. Rephrase.
Okay. The information that says patient stated, where could that have come from?
So the information in regards to details of the patient's presentation could have come from the patient herself, from the EMS, or from any family that was in the room. And I think that Mr. Lewis was in the room as well. I do see that I detailed discussion, about the severity and the presentation and the need for airway protection, and both were agreeable. I don't recall the limitations on communication. I do see that the patient seemed to be appropriately oriented based on my chart. So there was probably some communication coming from the patient, but a lot of that story, like I said, when things are really extreme, come from several sources.
Okay. Did you notate any sort of pain level for Miss Lewis?
Shoot, I'd have to really dig in. I mean, the patient had severe burns all over the place, so I'd imagine she was in some pretty significant discomfort, and medication was given for pain. But so I see, quality painful, severity was severe, is what was documented.
Thank you. And did you document anything about her hair and eyebrows?
Eyebrows were singed, I mean, she had second-degree burns to her face, so her eyebrows were definitely burned, and her face was burned as well. In regards to like the level of, hair involvement, it's really not clear from my chart.
Okay. All right, changing gears, did you?
Oh, never mind. Sorry, it says hair and eyebrows charred.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
But-
Changing gears, you were still in the ER later that day, right, when Craig Lewis presented?
Yes.
Okay, and you treated him?
Yeah, it sounds like he came in as we often have folks that are under arrest. If they have a symptom or an injury or something, they'll be brought in for medical clearance before they go to jail. And so he came in as a medical clearance prior to incarceration with police. Based on my review of the medical record, there had been some scuffle or maybe some altercation between him and police that led to tackling, and I saw that he had sustained injury to his, at least by review, right ribs, right shoulder, low back, and had a scrape to his face.
Okay, and was he treated for anything?
I think we gave him ibuprofen, and we got a couple of X-rays of the worst of his injuries that looked okay, and so he was ultimately diagnosed with bruises and discharged.
Okay, and ibuprofen is like Advil, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So he was given Advil and released to the custody of the jail?
Right.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Please answer any questions Ms. Bright Matthews has.
Okay, no problem.
Dr. Fisher, again, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You brought your report.
I've got the record for both patients from that day.
Okay. Did you rely upon the nurses when you arrived in the room, in room 19?
I don't recall what room it was. Are we talking about with Mrs. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay. So if the patient came in with EMS, we would have had an encode and knowing the patient was coming, so we'd kind of be ready to go when the patient shows up. The first thing I would be doing would be rapidly assessing the patient as soon as she's visible.
Okay, and
So
not necessarily the nurse or
so the first person I would essentially be right to the gurney, assessing if the patient can communicate what the level of stability is, and then I'm also at the same time asking EMS to give me a quick report. Usually we get a clearer report once we're all in the room together, but the nurses are usually not the source of my report. Aside, like as soon as I upfront evaluate the patient, I want to get that from the patient if I can, and from EMS that came with the patient. The only time that I tend to lean more on the nursing history is if a nurse took an encode for a patient and I was not available for that encode and I didn't know it was coming in, and I got pulled into a room and somebody showed up with EMS and I hadn't heard anything about it. Then sometimes it's nice to know like what the nurses heard was coming in, the circumstances before I had a chance to assess the patient. But I can't remember exactly how this case ensued. I'd imagine we were waiting for the patient with a report of this significance.
Did you remember that Whitney Bishop, who just left, was present?
I don't, and once again, and when I saw Whitney's face today, I remember Whitney. But once again, I only worked infrequently at Colleton, and I didn't know all the staff very well. I work at a number of different EDs, and there's a lot of different staff to know.
Before we go down what you found on that day in your report, can you educate myself as well as the jury on the differences in the stages of burn?
Sure. So first-degree burn is more like a mild sunburn. You don't blister. You can sting. You get some skin color change. It can hurt. And a second-degree burn is when you start getting into the dermis, and you can be, of varying layers of thickness involved into the dermis. That usually results in some blistering. If the blister is lost, and you have some open wounds, and they can look pretty rough. Third-degree burns are when you go into the soft tissue underneath the dermis, where you go down into subcutaneous tissue or even down towards the muscle. And those burns are usually pretty significant. Usually the burns that are that deep, they have rims of burn that isn't as bad, but the depth of it is usually through sensory layer. And a lot of times those burns, are so terrible that they in the middle of it don't even necessarily hurt, like some of the milder burns around them. But you've had significant tissue destruction at that point.
So 3rd-degree burn is the worst type of burn.
Yeah, that's the kind of burn that can lead to amputations and severe grafting needs and long-term consequence.
And 3rd-degree burn, I think when you were talking about sensory, oftentimes it's kind of dangerous because people are burned so bad down to their nerves, they don't realize they need to seek medical attention. Isn't that right?
Well, it would be hard for a patient just to have a 3rd degree alone. And usually the 3rd degree is the point of the worst burn, and the surrounding area wouldn't be burned so badly. So there'd be plenty of extremely painful burn, usually with a 3rd degree burn, but you would have some areas, in this particular case that were on the legs, that looked 3rd degree on my evaluation. Obviously, there was a lot of other, burn that was 2nd degree that would be very painful.
Did you make an opinion? Did you give an opinion to anybody or on your records that her entire body was burned 3rd degree?
Gosh, I don't recall that from my note. When I took a look at this, I saw that I documented the legs had 3rd degree burns, and the torso and arms and circumferential fingers looked 2nd degree, and the face as well.
Okay,
But
so
I
up
don't-
top was 2nd,
Yeah, it
and
seemed
down
like
bottom was
more.
3rd.
3rd is more legs, and then still significant, but to a lesser degree from the waist above, based on the chart review.
Now, I tried doing this with Ms. Bishop because I thought we have a general note that appears to be nurse's notes, but I understand from her that those are really your notes. And then we have that after the initial greet, then we have in your report the procedure and the general physical exam of the patient. Can you please explain for the jury, starting at the top on presentation, what the chief complaint was?
Chief complaint was smoke inhalation and thermal burn. So a heat-related burn, and then the smoke inhalation was the chief complaint.
And I see you going down bottom to the paragraph. Tell me how every doctor does it different. How do you note the chart, you individually? As soon as something is happening, are you dictating?
No, yeah, it's after the fact. Yeah, especially with a really critical case, I don't even know what anything looks like or all the details until I've been in there with the patient. So I go in, I care for the patient, and sometimes, depending on how busy the ER is, it could be, like an hour later before I even start getting to that chart. The difference is, in this case, I had a scribe with me, and so that scribe would have stood at the entry to the room while the resuscitation was going on, and just been taking notes. And and in some cases, I'll even call out some of the things I'm finding with my evaluation, and that scribe, and that's the team sometimes needs to know that information, and then sometimes the scribe puts that in their chart as well. Later on, when things have calmed down, then I finish dictating the chart to the scribe.
If you would, please explain what a scribe is.
A scribe is a person it's a professional who's hired, and they're very good at quickly putting into documentation to the medical record the history and the exam and other details like call times for consultants or medical decision-making points that we might need to have in a full, complete chart. They help the physicians by knocking a lot of that out while the physician is busy, maybe seeing the next patient, or maybe doing a quick procedure or checking in on somebody, and they'll knock out a couple charts and saves us some time.
Is it fair to say a scribe is to the hospital or to you doctors as our court reporter is to the judge and to this court? Is that fair?
I'd imagine very similar.
Okay. And a scribe doesn't make up things and put in there if you hadn't told them, do they?
Exactly. When I'm signing these charts, because the scribe puts together a chart, and charts are big, there's a lot of information in there. And just like all physicians that have scribes, you do the best you can, skimming through and making sure that everything is how you recollect it. if things are really crazy and you're just kind of and you're doing the best you can to keep up with your charting and
Right.
and you're going through your chart, could they have put in like for example, if they put in something under the review of systems that like if the patient, because I see the patient, they talk about if the patient had syncope under neurologic. And I'm not sure if I asked the patient that question. I definitely discussed I would have discussed change in mental status and level of consciousness, but specifically if the patient was unconscious, I can't remember. I must have had that conversation. And a lot of it happens fast. So when I review these scribe charts, I make sure that they're as accurate as I can recollect.
Would you have put history obtained from patient if you didn't obtain the history from the patient? On this, it says you obtained it from the patient, the family, and prior medical records.
So I guess I got the history from the patient, the family, and prior medical records.
Exactly. If you didn't get it from...
And I would have had it from EMS too, we just didn't write that.
Reggie, I agree.
Just let me tell you, she did not come in by EMS, but I understand that.
No problem. Yeah, it's been a long time.
That's okay. Now, can you tell the jury what history you received from a review of from the patient or her husband, or either from the charts at the hospital?
Okay, so I would just read from my history of present
And tell
illness.
us, there are a lot of initials that
You're
a lot
fine.
of people don't tell me what those are.
You're fine. So if it's okay, I can just read through this paragraph that was written and I can extrapolate on the acronyms.
Certainly.
Okay. So a 63-year-old female with a history of diabetes and high cholesterol and high blood pressure and thyroid disease presents to the emergency department complaining of burns onset just prior to arrival. The patient states the patient was trying to start a fire in the fireplace with lighter fluid. The patient states the flame shot backwards and caught the patient and her clothes on fire. The patient admits to diffuse pain. The patient denies eye pain or vision changes. There are no other complaints at this time.
And in that report there, the third from the last statement that you read said the patient states the flame shot backwards and caught the patient and her clothes on fire, doesn't it?
Yes.
If someone else had said that, would you have written patient states?
If everybody was yelling information or if I was talking with the patient and there were more details that were given by the husband at the same time or something, I would have brought that all together and it could have ended up in the chart as patient states.
But that's not here. All
Right.
it says is patient states, correct?
Sure. You're correct.
And in the
Correct.
report, it also says at the beginning, patient is alert and cooperative, doesn't it?
Mhm.
And yes or no?
Yes.
Hard to take down, our scribe to take that down.
You're fine.
It also says context of onset. Doesn't that say accidental, closed space, home?
Yes.
And then it says caused by matches and lighter, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it goes on down to say that it's severe. We all agree it was a severe burn. Now, let's go down further. It says third-degree burns, and I think this is where the scribe messed up. All ages, that meant stages.
This is a
Thank
so
you,
this is
Reggie.
a listing.
He's the only one I have home
that's
now.
not-
They're all
it's
in
not talking
stages.
stages. That's a listing of risk factors.
Okay.
So essentially, it's saying a third-degree burn for any age patient.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So where is that? Where are the burns?
It doesn't say on this, but if you go to, so this is just part of the risk stratification.
Mhm.
It's not my exam.
Okay.
So if you go to my exam, under scan, it's got 30% body burn, extensive first, second degree burns to the ventral body. That means the kind of the front part of the body, with scattered third degree burns to the bilateral, so both sides, front, lower leg, or the front legs. Extensive circumferential, so all the way around, second degree burns to the hands and the fingers, second degree burns to the face, visible soot and burn in the mouth.
Just back up a little bit. As to the hands,
Mhm.
that's the only place where it's posterior and anterior, where it's on the front and back?
It went, yeah, so circumferential, it would mean that the burn got to the back side and the front side of the fingers, or, whatever part of the hand was involved.
And is it fair to say that the degree of burns to her hands and her face was less than it was to her leg?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go on in your report. What else did you find on your physical exam of Miss Lewis?
Tearful and anxious, soot and visible burns inside the mouth. The hair and eyebrows had charring. The patient appeared to be in extreme pain, was tearful, multiple burns to her body. On her lungs, she had diminished sounds in her lungs on both sides, and she appeared a little short of breath.
And once you noticed that she appeared shortness of breath, what does your report say?
Well, standard practice would be if a patient came in with evidence of airway, so in the mouth burns, some respiratory symptoms with it, that patient is an impending airway failure. So I would have documented, if it's okay, I can read through my decision making.
Certainly.
Okay. The patient is here with acute severe extensive burns to the front side of her body, including 3rd degree to her legs and 2nd degree circumferential, including to her hands and fingers. Also of immediate concern was visible burn injury in her airway, necessitating rapid early intubation for airway protection. I wrote that it was agreed to by the patient and her husband, as the patient was also starting to become.
You're real fast there.
You're fine.
We're South
Sorry.
Carolina.
Oh, you're good. No problem.
Slow down and explain what you meant there. Agreed, you explained what the intubation was going to be?
Yeah, so anytime I'm going to do a procedure with anybody, if they, based on their level of mentation, if they can have that connection and we can communicate and they know what's coming, because I don't want to scare anybody. Some folks come in and they're pseudo unconscious or they are very confused, and you just have to do what you have to do.
So in this particular case, you explained it?
Yeah, so I was able to say to her, based on my review of this is what I'm concerned about. This is what we need to do. If we don't do it, this bad thing could happen. Is it okay if we do this? And she was agreeable.
And so was her husband?
So in my decision making, it said that he was.
Yes.
I don't think I had any suspicion, like at the time. Obviously, once again, I have a critical patient. Things are chaotic, but at the time, I had a patient with severe burns. There was a story of how the burn happened, and I had a husband that was in the room that seemed to be providing history and seemed to be part of the decision making. And we're just, at the time, I'm just doing the best I can to take care of the patient.
Right. Can you continue on with what happened? You don't have to just tell us what happened. You intubated her and it was a success?
It was successful, no complications. We confirmed that the tube was in the right position. We subsequently would have kept the patient sedated and pain controlled as well. We gave her, due to she had an elevated carboxyhemoglobin level, so kind of the bad things from the smoke that you can inhale that can harm you in other ways. One way to address that is to just give 100% oxygen. So we were giving a bunch of oxygen through the ventilator to help protect her from any inhalation of like poisonous gases. And then we gave her a bunch of fluid, because usually severe burns require a lot of fluid. Your body loses fluid quickly, and you can develop some like hemodynamic compromise and have blood pressure issues. And also because of the severity of her burns, and some that were circumferential, you can have muscle tissue breakdown, and those can cause kidney failure and other things. So we're trying to flush the kidneys. So usually giving a lot of fluid in a burn is a matter of significant importance. So and then we gave her a tetanus booster, because tetanus is a huge risk with burns. And I think I had a phone call out to the burn center 10 minutes after she arrived, even before we intubated her.
Before you intubated her, you'd already called?
Yeah, there was no way that there
I know
was
you had
obvious
to
how
get
it
a
was gonna
tetanus
go.
shot
Okay.
when you got
And,
hurt.
I
That's
believe you said you intubated her, I think the report says around 12:27.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Pretty quick.
Yeah.
And there was a delay?
I don't think there'd be any delay other than
I think your records reflect that the delay really was because they said they would accept her at the Augusta Burn Center, and then they found out they didn't have any beds.
No delay in the airway protection.
Oh,
Only
no.
delay in finding a place for her to go.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No
So you thought she would be able to be airlifted quickly to the Augusta Burn Center, but after some time, I believe it shows in the report that you got a call back saying there's no bed
beds, yeah.
in Augusta.
Yeah, they found another bed in, I guess, Cobb County in Atlanta,
Right.
and we got her sent there. So the faster we can get these bad burns to a burn specialist unit, the faster they can start intervening upon her ventilator management and debriding the wounds, which means kind of like taking away the damaged tissue, potentially initiate early graft therapy, all those kind of treatments.
I believe your report shows that you came back in the room again to explain the delay to Mr. Lewis, and that he was agreeable to transfer to Atlanta because there was no bed in Augusta.
Right.
Okay. And I believe the records also show Whitney's told us that she witnessed the consent for transfer at 1431.
Would have been signed by him.
Signed by him.
Almost certainly, yeah.
Yes. And your report says that both of them agreed to the procedure.
Yeah, both of them agreed to protect her airway, and she knew that she'd be getting admitted to a burn center, and he agreed to the transfer to the burn center.
But for the transfer to the burn center, she would have died, wouldn't she? We don't have a burn center in Walterboro, and we don't have one in Charleston.
Yeah, we have to get her to a burn center. That's the only place for severe burns like this.
And he signed. Doctor, you've testified to this, and I didn't.
Just because he signed doesn't mean he didn't try to kill her.
I'm going to show you.
It didn't work. So
What
now
has
he's
not been
freaking
marked?
out, probably. Let me agree to everything and keep it all for me.
Is that an accurate depiction?
This is frustrating me already, and we're only in day one.
Maintained at the hospital, and a depiction of what you testified to?
It looks like an exact copy of what I've been reading off of here.
Oh, Reggie.
Your Honor, I would move that into evidence. I'm sorry I didn't show it.
Your Honor, we don't typically admit reports if testimony has already been taken. So I'm not sure what the purpose of this admission is. He's already testified to everything.
Your Honor, I'm on cross-examination, and thank you. Doctor, have you had an opportunity to review the rest of Terry Lewis's medical records at Colleton Medical?
Outside of this chart,
Yes.
I have not.
Okay. So her prior history regarding any lithium poisoning or breast cancer or anything like that is not, you don't have any information on that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I have some past medical history that was put in this chart, but I don't think I was aware of any prior ED visits, at least based on what I'm seeing here.
Doctor,
And once again, my recollection is just really what I have in the chart.
as it relates to what's in the chart, you say that she was alert when she first came in, but painful and a severe pain. Then you say that you asked about social support. She had social support, didn't you? In there, it talks about what, if maybe back up on that. What are you trained to, whenever there's an accident, such as what we have here, what are you trained as it relates to inquiring of the patient and looking at the surroundings of what's going on? What is your training?
So we do pay attention to the surroundings and the situation as well as we can. Once again, if a patient comes in with burns like this, it's hard to get your eyes off those burns and off the immediate next steps. So I wasn't, and it's really obvious from my chart, there was no like feeling out. It was something weird about this in that encounter with Mrs. Lewis at all. Like that encounter was strictly very emergent. The care was emergent, and everybody was scrambling, and we did the best we can, and we brought in everybody, including even the husband, to be part of the decision making, and we were all kind of there as the resuscitation was occurring.
Ms. Lewis was discharged on the documentation that's been provided to us, the records you're talking about. The last documented time is 15:11. Does that sound right from your records?
15, like discharged,
For-
like transferred?
Yes, for transfer.
Yeah, if it says that that's when she was transferred, then that's all I've got to go off of.
Do you remember her daughter,
Her,
Miss Lewis's daughter? Do you remember a female in the room?
I don't.
Okay.
If there had been discussion with the daughter, I probably would have documented it.
What did you tell Craig when you saw him back in the hospital later that evening?
So I can't actually recall anything that I would have said that's outside of the medical record. But if I communicated with Mr. Lewis, based on my review, it seems like it was very much all about are we talking when he came back in later?
Yes.
I think he was, based on my review, it sounds like things were pretty fired up. And I can tell his blood pressure was high, probably from the discomfort and that him being under arrest and back in the ER as part of a clearance. He'd been injured. We talked about his injuries, and if I pull that chart up, he says he describes how the officers threw him on the ground, and he had a couple of different injuries he was reporting pain from.
You're ahead of me. He said what?
He says the officers threw me to the ground.
And as a result of that, you had to do chest x-rays and ribs for bruising?
Right. So the injuries he reported through the course of the altercation with police that had been reported showed that he sustained some injury to his right ribs, his right shoulder, his low back. He'd had a scrape to his cheek, and we got x-rays of the areas that we were most concerned about that didn't show any broken bones or other complications.
So much so that you had to get x-rays. You were concerned. They weren't minor, were they?
It's hard to recall even a bruise can hurt, pretty significantly, and it's hard for me to know if somebody's got like a subtle rib fracture or if it's just a rib bruise. So it's easier to answer that question and make sure someone is clear for incarceration with getting some imaging.
Do you remember telling Craig that you were surprised to see him back there? What are you doing here? Because you thought he was going to Atlanta to his wife.
So to be honest,
It's okay.
So the recollections I have are from the chart. Working in the ER for a number of years, I've seen some crazy things and had some very strange interactions of folks coming back in, right after, this would be one of the many, very crazy days I would have had in the ER.
Can you tell?
So maybe we had a conversation like that, where I'd be like, wow, you look familiar or something. But I didn't document it, and I can't really recall it.
What is the service time? When did Craig come back?
About 4 hours, I think, after Mrs. Lewis had first arrived.
What does it say on the records?
So the greet time here was 4:29 p.m.
4:29. As we sit here today and you look at Mr. Lewis, do you remember him?
I do not.
Do you remember whether he was in handcuffs when you examined him?
I assume he was, because when somebody comes in under arrest, they always are.
You remember seeing the then sheriff, Andy Strickland, come into the room where Mr. Lewis was?
I do not.
Do you remember any officers?
I do not. I'm assuming officers were there.
Court's indulgence, please.
I don't like this lady. How does she expect him to remember one patient from 5 years ago? If a police was there. I mean, Lord help, they have the notes. I'm sure they're not going to put, oh, he was under arrest, this, and this officer were in the room with him.
You stated earlier that open wounds can result from burns. They could be so bad that it will open,
Yeah, it can, a burn can be deep into the tissue.
okay? And that would it result in oozing of blood?
Probably not at the acute phase of the burn. The burn itself would have like cauterized off a lot of blood vessels.
Mm-hmm.
You don't usually see very bloody burns.
Okay. And
God, trigger warning, you
in
guys.
this particular case, you did not note anything as it relates to the feet on your chart, did you, for being burned?
I don't, if that's what you're telling me, then I agree. I could look at the chart again, but I think sometimes when I'm documenting the lower extremities, I'm just talking about all of the lower extremity.
If the foot had been burned or feet had been burned, would you expect to have had to wrap them before transferring the patient?
I imagine if the toes were, if there was like significant involvement of the toes, then I would have probably mentioned that, just like I mentioned the fingers.
And can you check your records to see whether or not there's any reference in the report to bloody feet or blood on the foot?
Where's she going with this?
No.
No reference at all?
No reference to blood on the feet.
Any reference to burn on the feet?
No reference to burn on the feet.
Thank you, doctor. I don't have any further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Fisher, going back to Craig Lewis's treatment later that day, Ms. Bright Matthews asked you again about the imaging that was done. What was the result of those images?
There were no bony injuries. I just got x-rays. I was mainly looking for fractures.
So he was cleared from any injuries?
Yeah, the trauma, we completed like a pretty basic trauma clearance, and that was part of our medical clearance. So we didn't find dangerous traumatic injuries beyond bruises.
Right. And what time did he arrive at the ER, and what time was he released to police custody?
So he arrived by the chart at 4:29 p.m. and it looks like he was discharged
No bony injuries. That made me laugh.
at 5:16 p.m. So there for about 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
No questions?
Thank you so much.
I would ask that Dr. Fisher be allowed to be released at this time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is time for our lunch recess. Of course, we're not sequestering you. You're free to wander about and do whatever you like, but the same admonitions: don't discuss the case with anyone, even fellow jurors. Don't look at any media reports. Don't check anything on your phones having to do with this. Don't do any research. And it is just about 12:30, so we'll try to, or let's be back in time to start again at 1:30. Any questions about that?
It really
Thank you so
does.
much. We'll see you then. Enjoy your lunch.
Why do they have these long lunches? That smirk, you just want to slap his hair sideways. Time for a haircut when you have to comb it over.
Anything for the record before the lunch recess?
Your Honor, we talked about the jump drive in reference to defendants, the motion to suppress. Pass that up.
Go ahead and mark that as
3.
defendants 3. And that's defendants 3 from the motion here.
That's right.
Okay, so that's not today's defendants 3, yesterday's. All right. Anything else for the record?
Nothing.
All right, see you in an hour.
Thank you. If it's okay, I'd like to move this bag down
Okay,
on the floor.
yeah.
Because it's your.
All right, now we have an hour. What do y'all think about it so far? The judge doesn't look happy to be there. This guy looks like he needs to be slapped around a little bit. It sounds like, to me, they're going to try to blame all of her sicknesses on why she did what happened to her. I don't believe that. I know some people that have been through quite a lot and they would never just catch themselves on fire. I don't know what him being hurt by the police has anything to do with her injuries. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Why was he hurt by them? Chances are he probably did something to make them fight him. He's guilty and he knows it. So does her daughter. I agree, Granny Bassmaster. Her daughter saying what she told them, she's not going to just turn against her dad for no reason. At least, in my opinion, she wouldn't. I think that's my son making all that noise. I don't know many daughters that, unless it's a darn good reason, they don't just turn against their dad. Logan's supposed to be taking a nap, but if y'all don't hear him in there singing and kicking my wall. Also think it's strange that he changed her clothes into new clothes before he took her to the hospital. If that was my husband, I would have called 911. I wouldn't have even tried to take him to the hospital burnt like that. Much less have taken his clothes off, because I would have been scared to even touch him. Yeah, they gave him bond, Granny, for 5 years. That's crazy to me. I don't know about y'all, but I wouldn't be trying to change my husband's clothes, and I would have been too scared to touch him. I don't know how to deal with burn patients. I'm not a doctor or a nurse or none of that. People are crazy. Yeah, it cause infection. I'd be scared. Like, I know their clothes can like stick to them when they're burnt. So I'd be scared to just make it worse or something. I don't know. I'd be freaking out. cutting, changing my husband's clothes would be the last thing on my mind because I'd be in sheer panic. But them trying to argue, the defense trying to argue that you're not going to hear the 911 calls, that doesn't matter to me because how many people have we seen get a guilty verdict called 911? Leilani was one that we just watched. Alec Murdaugh, he called 911 on his wife and son that he murdered. So the 911 calls don't mean squat, if you ask me. Granny Bassmaster said he knew he had to get back home and clean the mess up before anyone found it. Yeah. How weird is it that they found his couch burnt on the side of the road somewhere? Or him out there cleaning the carport where they found burnt stuff, found soot or whatever. I can't remember the exact words they used. But they found evidence of burning. Makes you think, since they said they never found her clothes that were originally burned, it makes you think he put something on them and then got rid of those clothes, which is why he cleaned her up. Some kind of lighter fluid or gasoline or something. He put something on them to make... Oh, hang on a second. Oh, I think they're done blowing the horn. The train is so loud. It's in my yard. Like, you can see it from my backyard. And where we live, there's no arms on the track right here. So they have to blow the horn every time they come through here. And I have like a fan to help pull the exhaust out from the stove because it doesn't have one. So it's even louder because the window's open. But yeah, like Granny, you agree? I think he put stuff on her clothes to help light her up. And that's why, one, you can't find him because he got rid of that evidence. And he changed her clothes. Why else would you worry about pulling her clothes off of her? Makes no sense to me. None. You think he did too, Granny? I'm glad I'm not the only one. He looks like somebody, if you walk by him in Walmart, he'd probably creep you out. There was a huge age gap between the two of them, too. Hey, Sarah. What they say, he was 22. Don't quote me because I can't remember the exact numbers because I was dealing with Logan, too. He was 22 and she was like 46 or something when they got together. I don't have anything against that, but that's a huge age gap. She's old enough to be his mama. That's not for me. If y'all like the age gap, go for it, but that I'm sorry if that train is so loud and it's bothering y'all. It should be gone soon. It's definitely and then I wonder, that must have been one of the, I wonder if that was just one of their kids, like her kid, and she had the daughter before they got together, or what? With her being 46 years old when they got together, or in her 40s. She was up in age to be having children if they got together and then had her. Oh my gosh, that train's obnoxious. I hate these long breaks because we're so new into the case. I don't really even know what to talk about yet. Let's Google it. South Carolina versus Greg Lewis. Let's see what we can find on Google. We'll look at some stuff while we wait. See if we can find. He was 47 and she was 63. Oh, that's a Grizzly true crime. I don't want to watch that. Yeah, Sarah, that's weird, isn't it? When he went home, they found him washing the carport. Like where they found, what they say, soot, or like they could tell where burned stuff had been. Right there. I don't really see anything that's not talking about. He's just going to court. Sarah, yeah, me too. I think he did it in panic, thinking this didn't work, which is awful to say. That sounds terrible, but I think that's why he brought her. Why would you take her yourself? I don't really see anything on Google. Why would you take her yourself and not call 911 if your wife truly did this to herself like you're saying she did? Why would you not have called 911 instead of changing her clothes, taking the time to change her clothes, driving her to the ER? That's just crazy to me. Like I said, I would have been in sheer panic if it was my husband, and I would have called 911. Yeah, Reggie, he burned the couch. They found the couch later burned on the side of the road somewhere. Is that not, that's crazy. So crazy. Have any of y'all heard of this case before today? Because I had not. Well, I heard of it last night when I decided I'm going to cover this because I saw Court TV post something about it. I like covering cases. That might just be what I turn my channel into, going over these court cases. I like covering it when it's at the end of it. I don't like all the Y'all hadn't either? I don't like all the talk about what could have happened, what people think happened. I don't like all people's theories and speculating. I don't like that stuff. Sorry. I still don't feel good at all, but I'm able to function today. I like it when it goes to court, and I like watching the outcome of it. I watch people cover this stuff, obviously, because I watch several creators that talk about it. But I don't want to do that. I don't like that. Personally, I don't like to do that. That's just me. There's nothing wrong with it. If people like doing that stuff, good for them, but it's just not my thing. So I think what we'll end up doing is switching just covering cases like this instead of that'll be the main part of my channel probably, and then obviously in between cases we'll do lives just to hang out and talk or what have you. You wonder if she had a life insurance policy? That's a good question. She was, what I'd say, she was in her 60s. I would think he had a good policy on her, but you never know. I don't have life insurance. Neither does my husband. I tell him all the time, nothing better happen to you because you're worth more alive than you are not. Okay, 47-year-old Craig Anthony Lewis is on trial for the murder of his wife, Terry Lewis, 63, who died November 1st. Granny, nobody can afford that stuff anymore. Let's just be real honest. Depending on how America's... let me just not go there. Let's not go there. I'll get on a roll and I don't want to upset anybody. We all have our own political views. Y'all go vote today if you choose to do so. If not, I tell everybody. I told my husband I made him vote for the first time ever today. And I tell everybody I talk to about politics, you vote or you can't complain later when it doesn't come out the way you wanted it to. I've seen a few times today that today is America's gender reveal. That made me laugh. I have several friends that vote quite the opposite as I do, but that doesn't mean just because we have different political views doesn't mean we can't be friends. Hell, my sister and I vote completely opposite, and she's still my sister. We just don't talk politics around each other, that's all. Everybody needs to vote. I agree, Granny. One way or another, you need to vote, period. My phone has blown up all morning with things from JLR, of course, about elections. I hope there's no civil unrest or crazy stuff that happens. America is so divided, it's scary. I think this might be the closest it's ever been. Sarah, I agree. If you can't tell, well, I don't know if y'all could even see my shirt, but if y'all hang around me on even just on here for any amount of time, I'm sure it's probably a given on the way I go, but again, it is what it is. Oh. The amount, do y'all check your emails every day? Because I can't leave unread messages in my inbox. It drives me insane. The amount of junk emails I get every day is ridiculous. I'm one of those weirdos that I can't leave a single notification left on my phone. I don't want any of the apps to say I have a missed notification at all. Yes, can I kick it? I have to empty out the trash, the spam, all of it. It's awful. Yeah. I'll get emails. Oh my gosh, Sarah, that would drive me insane. I get 500 emails from the schools. Between the 3 schools my kids are at, it's in some kind of email every day. One of the schools I get the email in Spanish. I don't even speak Spanish. So I've tried to email them and tell them, I don't understand this. Can you please fix it? No, I got another email yesterday explaining one of the things we have to vote for in our county is for the school system. And so the email the school system sent out yesterday was talking about that law or whatever that they're trying to do. I couldn't even read it. I had to go, yes, Granny Bassmaster, I'll still be here. If not, yeah, I'll still be here by the time you get out of the shower. I do have to go run and get Brooklyn in a little bit. But I'll let it continue playing while I go and get her from school. But they sent me this stupid email in Spanish, y'all. I had to copy it all, put it into Google Translate, and be able to, so I could even read it to see what it was about. Watching from your stair stepper. 40 minutes. My legs would hurt so bad. They'd be like jello before I could get off there. That's what I need to do. Can I kick it? Walk my treadmill while I come live with y'all and talk to y'all from while I walk. Or walk while I'm talking or watching a live. Instead of just sitting here doing nothing. The wind is so bad out here today. Does anybody have plans for Thanksgiving? Are you getting ready? My aunt is coming to going to my mom's house from Texas, so that'll be fun. That's my plans, going to my mother's house. I haven't seen my aunt since I was probably my oldest daughter's age. So I'm excited to go and see her. Other than that, I don't really know what. You get a studio going live from my treadmill. I talked to a friend about doing a like a Friendsgiving. If not, we'll probably just hang out and eat something regardless. But that's about all my plans. Going to my mom's. That's it. Can I cook it? I have my treadmill set up in the garage. The kids play on it more than I use it. I actually have like a little workout bench thingy. I don't know. It's not like a weight bench. It's some ridiculous thing my husband had to buy that I could be using too, but I don't. The kids use it as a toy. Food with family and friends, one of the best holidays. But that's probably one of my favorites too. I love all the turkey. Not turkey. I don't eat turkey, but all the Thanksgiving foods. That's my favorite part. The food. Some of my family drives me nuts. So I also have to drive a long ways to get to my mom's, so that part kind of sucks too, but yeah, see, can I kick it with it being at my mom's house? I won't have any leftovers, because I live too far away to be trying to bring food home. Speaking of, I need to see if my husband made it to work. I haven't heard from him since he voted this morning. Yeah, it looks like he did. I probably will end up being the one to cook for my husband's family though, because they don't. They always want to have Thanksgiving. Yeah, can I kick it? We'll probably cook something here, but not like a whole, probably not a massive Thanksgiving dinner, unless my husband's family decides to come, and then we'll have to do something. But we have turkey for Thanksgiving, ham for Christmas, and ham bone bean soup for New Year's. Well, that sounds good, Sarah. I don't like turkey, so my family makes turkey and ham for Thanksgiving. Now, my husband smokes our turkeys when we make them, when we do have Thanksgiving at my house. And that's okay. Other than that, though, I don't really like turkey meat at all. I'm a picky eater, though. So that's probably why. It's always just really dry to me. But ham bone bean soup sounds pretty good. What kind of beans do you use? Somebody's talking in the courtroom. Court TV forgot to mute. What kind of sides does everybody cook with their Thanksgiving? We always do deviled eggs, potato salad, green bean casserole, stuff like that. Easy stuff. That seems to be the favorites. Y'all, I got home from dropping Brooklyn off at school this morning, and something or someone has busted my hot tub, and I had to drain it out before it went completely flat and flooded my garage in the rain. I was absolutely devastated. When you have back problems, that thing is a lifesaver, and now it's broke. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Hopefully we can find the hole and fix it. If not, then I'm just shit out of luck. Yeah, it sucked, yeah. It was one of those blow-up ones. I'm sure y'all know what I'm talking about, but something, I don't know what, if it was my kids, because they were out, I guess, playing yesterday with my husband while I was asleep in the bed all day. He said he didn't realize it because I called him and I was like, what did y'all do to my hot tub? He said, I didn't see it. So I sent him a picture. I was like, well, it's flat. What happened? Hang on a second. We're not really, no, we're not south. We're more of, we're more North Alabama. A homeschool, and there's no school today, so we're just catching up on schoolwork since they give them an overload of work. Oh my gosh. Yeah, can I kick it? We're more like, North something, Alabama. I don't know. Can I kick it? Me either. That's why I'm about to pull up a map to be able to show you. To be able to show you. Let me not pull one up where it's gonna show y'all my exact address. Birmingham. Here. Oh shit. Okay, whatever. Okay, so here, I don't know how I can do this. I'll show y'all where I'm at. Birmingham. Let's see. Cut that off for a second. There it is. Okay, so I am like right around here, Birmingham. So we're like north central And Carson's up this way somewhere. Dumpling, whatever y'all call her. I'll call her Carson, but yeah, so I'm up in the Birmingham area. I'm pointing at it like y'all can see me. So it's more north central, I guess. I don't know. Further north than we are south. At least in the state. Just a dog, I swear. Between the dog and the kid, somebody's got to always make noise. Sarah, I don't know that I could homeschool. I don't think I'm built for that. Not at all. My kids don't listen to me well enough to homeschool them. Stomach's growling. My son wanted the other half of my breakfast, so I gave it to him. What'd he do? He left it on the table and the dogs ate it. So much fun. I think they have music playing now. See what JLR is talking about. Oh, the election stuff still.
Yeah, the night before the election.
Whoa, that was so loud. Oh, it's JLR Magnolia. I hope somebody's in their chat saying, go Amish. People would just pass away if they had to become Amish. Could y'all imagine? Could you imagine? We're all so spoiled with technology and stuff. If America just decided to go Amish, what would happen? The way schools are here, I really had no choice. It's not easy, but you get into a routine, and it's not that bad. I understand that, Sarah. If ours get any worse, then I won't give my kids the option but to homeschool. The schools aren't bad. Mine just, yeah, right, Sarah. How many stories do you hear of I escaped the Amish? My kid just complains about bullying and I don't know, it She won't go talk to the counselor, but she doesn't want to fix it. It's a whole mess. A whole mess. I tried to explain to her, and this makes me sound like I'm cold-hearted, but I swear I'm not. I tried to explain to her that the groups of friends you have chose to hang out with are your biggest issue. She doesn't see it that way. So I told her I didn't know how to help her. If she didn't want to listen to me, then I don't know how to help. I said, but the groups of friends you're hanging out with are mean. They were when I was in school. They will continue to be forever. Cheerleaders and football players and what have you are known as the mean kids. That's just what it is. And that's who she wants to hang out with. So I said, well, what do you want me to do? Sarah, I don't think they do here either, but my child also won't go and talk to people or tell anybody about it. So I don't know what they would do about it if she said something. If they did anything. I told her you're gonna have to just grow thicker skin if that's the kid you want to hang out with. If not, then find better friends. I don't know. That sounds awful of me, but I don't know how else to tell her to deal with it. Middle school is like YouTube. You either have to have thick skin or you have to just sit down. Some people can handle it and some can't. And Cindy, yes, oh my god. Their puppy is so cute. Put her in karate and teach her to defend herself. See, it's not like she's not getting beat up. It's just drama. That's the issue with her. It's, well, so-and-so's got these text messages on me. I said, well, are you really sending these text messages? Or are they changing the names in their phones to make it look like it's you? She says it's not her, but again, she hangs out with all of these kids that do these things, so I don't know. I monitor her phone as much as I can, but kids are sneaky, so I don't know what to tell her. Like, pick better friends or get used to the drama. I don't know. Y'all have to understand too, I'm a very tough love type of mom. I'm not going to coddle my children to, I mean, I coddle them to an extent. But I don't coddle them when it comes to certain things. Like, if they're hurt and they need mom, then mom's there. But am I going to baby you because you're dealing with drama at school? Like petty drama? No, I'm not. Because you're going to have to learn how to deal with that on your own. I can give my input and give advice, but that's about as far as I can do. I can't control what she's doing while she's at school. Here it's dangerous, so that's the first place my mom goes. I could understand that. It's not like that here. So we don't have to worry about that part yet, but hers is the middle school cheerleading, football, popular kid drama is what it is. And yeah, right. They have to learn how to choose friends and how to deal with shitty people here. And that's just how I've raised them, like rub some dirt in it and get over it type of type of mentality. But I'm not going to baby her in a situation that I know she's a part of either. But she'll tell me that she's not, but I'm not dumb, and we tell them constantly, I was your age once. You know that saying that we hated our parents telling us? I tell her that. I was your age once. I know how it works. So with that being said, I can offer her solutions. Does she take them at 12 years old? Not always. So she just has to figure it out herself. That's how I was. I was the type, it didn't matter how many times my mom told me something, I had to learn the hard way. And she's going to be the same way. She's just going to have to learn it herself. Sarah, I know, me too. I'm like, oh God, I'm turning into my mother. I've always been the kind that has to learn the hard way, and that's just sucks sometimes. But I don't know. It's made me a stronger person, I think, in the end. Has it bit me in the ass? Yes, quite a few times. I think the court TV is picking up random words that people are saying, because if you see the words will pop up on this, a word or two will pop up on the screen every once in a while. I need to copy this link and share it. Just in case, I'll put it in my description too when I get off of here. Oh, 10 more minutes. This seems like the longest hour ever. I was not prepared to sit here for an hour with nothing to really talk about. I was gonna actually go try to vote, but I think I'm gonna wait until my kids get home and have them watch and have the bigger girls watch the babies while I run and go vote, instead of having to drag Logan out with me. That way he'll take a nap.
Check.
We hear you. Do y'all have a 7 brew coffee around you? Or am I the only one addicted to coffee that goes to coffee shops all the time? Hey, they're coming back. Somebody said they had a peppermint coffee, and I wanted to try it, but I wanted to know if it was any good first. Just Starbucks. I had Starbucks this morning. I usually drink a lot of hot coffee at home, but I needed something cold this morning. So I went to Starbucks. I was gonna do something. Oh, I know it. My favorite is Starbucks peppermint mocha, and I cannot wait until they put that out. Because I don't like the pumpkin spice crap. Just a few more minutes. Good grief, I'm gonna have to make something to eat. When they start back, I'm gonna have to make something to eat, I think. And more coffee. I wonder, is this where... Wasn't Alec Murdaugh, South Carolina? Okay, so far they've had the doctor that saw the lady and a nurse that was on staff that dealt with her at the same time. That's it. I don't remember their names, but they had a doctor and a nurse testifying. That's been it. And then, of course, the opening statements, but it's been, that's a... Dude, that sounds good. Caramel macchiatos. I like those. That's been it, though. Cannot kick it. It's been, that's it. Well, they didn't start till 10 o'clock. And then took a lunch at 12:30. So they've not gotten a whole lot done. 9 o'clock my time, 10 o'clock their time, though. And they were late. So they've only had the 2 people testify. The doctor and the nurse. And to me, it felt like the not the state, the prosecution was trying to blame well, of course they're trying to blame the wife on burning her own self and not that the husband did it. I'll be interested to see how this one turns out. So far, the defense, I know I called it prosecution and I did not mean to. The defense, that lawyer seems like she can put up a good argument. Which I know that's their job, but she seems like she's probably pretty good. Pretty good. I feel like the state must have something against him to even be able to do this, so we'll see what they have as far as evidence is concerned. They must have a lot because they did say you'll see the evidence on the stand, but I wonder what they have. Granny, no ma'am. You didn't. Just me rambling. That's all. Hey, Juicer. I am live. I should be back from lunch in just a couple of minutes. And then I am going to mute and make some coffee and find something to snack on so my stomach quits growling. Y'all don't have to listen to it. Juicer, have you ever heard of this case? Hey, Val. South Carolina versus Craig Lewis. This, I'll post it. Oh, shoot. Fire. That's not it. Let me find where I posted it earlier. It's about a man who burned his wife to death. Burned her alive, that's what it says. I'm trying to find where oh, shoot. Here's that's the recap, or it sums up pretty much the case. Oh my gosh, that sounds good. Send me some too. Juicer, I don't know. I didn't really watch that one. This one, he beat her and then set her on fire alive. And then she died a couple of months later from what's the word? She died a couple months later from being burned and stuff. But this is talking. What I pinned on here is what happened. I don't know about I watched the burn pile, but I thought she. No, I didn't watch it. I heard about it, but I thought she killed him first and then burned him. This lady was very much alive. So I don't know if you could compare the two because I didn't watch that burn pile one. So far, Juicer, they're talking about how he burned her. No, cannot kick it. This is a different one. He burned his wife, changed her clothes, and then drove her to the hospital. Is what's happened. Is what they've said. The burn, I don't know what the burn pile one is, but no, this is a different one. The burn pile trial was a woman that unalived her husband. This is a husband that burned his wife alive, and she later died from complications from what happened. I don't know a lot about this. I just know like that short preview. Look, let me send this to myself and I'll play it for y'all. It's a
Be seated. Be seated. Thank you. Thank you so much.
yes, I believe she was conscious. The next break, I'll play that video for y'all that they put up at the beginning. So it kind of like explains the whole case in a minute.
Say that again. I'm sorry. What does that say?
Bench conferences. But then you put your laptop.
Burning bed? No, I've never seen that.
Yes.
No, oh no, I've never seen that movie. If it's scary, I didn't watch it. I don't watch scary movies. Absolutely not. I'm gonna take this comment off so we can see. Is it a scary movie? This man looks like he's asleep half the time. It's a true story. What is out? If it's a scary movie, I'm not watching it. Y'all got me mistaken. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, Juicer. I'll have to watch it after this is over and compare the two. I wonder where I could watch it at.
Anything then before we bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
We're missing one? Hopefully it wasn't associated with screeching. No, everybody's here? Bring them in, please.
I wonder who that lady is behind him. His new wife? Oh, okay, so it's definitely an older movie with Farrah Fawcett in it. Yeah, can kick it. I'm just home far too often by myself. I don't know. No, thank you. I don't like that stuff. I don't go to haunted houses. I'm not paying or watching something to be scared on purpose. No, thank you. No, that's not for me. Reggie. Me too. Both of my memories are shot, so I'm just done
Did
for.
everyone get a chance to get some lunch? I see some blankets there. I understand there's temperature and a coat. So, all right. Did everyone follow the rule on not speaking with anyone, not doing any research during the lunch? And you didn't discuss it with each other or other persons. Is that correct? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for that. All right. The state would call their next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Captain Angela Stallings.
Hey.
Captain Stallings, please come forward for this sworn. You put your paperwork here if you like. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Your firm testimony give the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but true self to God.
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat on the stand.
Angela Stallings, Stallings.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Captain Stallings, tell us who you work for and how long you've been there.
I work for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office and approximately at the Sheriff's Office 17 years.
All right. And what is your current position?
Currently, I'm captain over the administrative division.
And back in 2019, specifically January, what was your position at that time?
I was in investigations and also over dispatch in January of 2019.
All right. And were you on duty on January 17th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Do you recall responding out to a call regarding Craig Lewis?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what sort of call were you dispatched to?
It was in reference to a burned victim that was at the hospital being flown out.
Where did you respond?
I responded to the residence, which is located in Colleton County at 273 Wade Hampton Avenue.
All right. And you stated that's within Colleton County's jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right. I'm going to show you a picture that's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 and ask if you can identify what is contained in this picture.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
What is it?
It's the front of 273 Wade Hampton Avenue.
And is that how it appeared on January 17th of 2019 when you responded?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right, thank you. State would move 2 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objections from the
Thank
defense.
you. That states too.
The series of exhibits, I've already approved them. I have no objection, Your Honor. She's shown them.
The package of photographs that's there, those are 1, 2 through what number?
2, 3, 4, and 5. The state would move into evidence at this time without objection.
All right, then.
Objection.
Thank you.
2 through 5 inclusive. Thanks.
All right, Captain Stallings. When you arrived at 273 Wade Hampton, what did you observe?
When I arrived, I was with 2 other investigators as we approached the rear of the residence. I had other investigators that were coming from the back door with Mr. Lewis walking towards his vehicle.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been entered. Actually, I'm going to publish because these have been entered. Permission to publish. Publishing states too, and Captain, you stated this is the front of the residence.
Yes, ma'am, that's the front.
Publishing states 3. And if you can describe what we're looking at here.
Yes, ma'am, that's the rear of the residence. If you're on the back side of the house, it's going to be towards the left of the back side of the house.
Okay, so we have a carport here.
Correct.
And what is this vehicle?
It's a Toyota.
All right. And where was Craig Lewis when you got here?
He was under the carport from that back door walking towards his vehicle when I arrived.
Okay. The published states 4. What is this a picture of?
That's another angle of the carport area at the back of the house, just on the other side of the Toyota facing the one back door under the carport.
Okay. States 5 again.
Same angle, just the closer to you.
All right, and is this the back door that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And the defendant was somewhere in between here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, who responded with you?
When I responded, Detective Padgett and Detective Marcarella, the 3 of us were together.
Who was already out there?
Detective Long and Detective Varnado.
After you arrived and when the defendant was heading to his car, what happened next?
He had gotten into his vehicle. Detective Long was asking him about a consent to search. He had the form and was asking him about it. The defendant had gotten into his vehicle and started becoming evasive with answering questions and was wanting to leave. And I told the defendant that at that time he was not going to be leaving the residence, and we were detaining him for evidentiary detention.
Okay. Was he ordered out of the car?
He was asked to get out of the vehicle. He did not want to exit. So at that point, I reached into the vehicle and I removed the keys from the vehicle.
All right. And then what happened?
He did not exit the vehicle. As I was grabbing the keys, there was sort of a tussle. And at that point, he was removed from the vehicle.
By you or other officers?
Myself and other officers.
Okay. Do you recall what other officers participated in removing him from the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. It was myself. It was Detective Long, Detective Varnado, Detective Eubanks, and I believe Detective Washington was there as well.
Okay. Was he eventually detained?
He was, yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you recall if medics came out to check him out?
They did.
After all that, what did you do next?
Myself and Detective Padgett left the residence. We returned to the sheriff's office to obtain a search warrant for the residence. After completing the search warrant, we then responded to the jail and met with the on-call magistrate and got the search warrant signed for the residence. We then left the jail and went back to the residence with the search warrant.
All right. And you assisted in executing that search warrant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you note where the placards were, or was that another officer?
That was another officer.
Okay. And who was that?
Detective Padgett.
Thank you. And at this time in January of 2019, did Colleton County Sheriff's Office have body cams or dash cams in investigators' cars?
No, ma'am, we did not.
All right. So is there any video that exists for this incident or anything to do with this search or the apprehension of Mr. Lewis?
Not at the residence, no ma'am.
Okay. Were dash cams and body cams added later?
The only dash cam video that I'm aware of is one when the defendant was transported from the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that was, okay. So did Road Patrol have dash cams at this time?
Yes.
Okay. What I meant was, did CCSO approve dash cams and body cams for criminal investigations unit later?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Later on, I believe towards the end of March, body cams were issued to the investigations division.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, that's okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
No objections to 19 through 25.
Inclusive, 19 through 25, all right, we'll do 19 through 25, inclusive, without objection.
Thank you. All right. Permission to publish? Thank you. Captain Stallings, I'm going to show you a series of pictures that have been entered. These are exhibits 19 through 25. If you can just describe what we're looking at in each. States 19.
That's the back door of the residence from the carport.
Miss Keeney. Mm-hmm. All right, so this is the back door that we saw through the carport. Is that right, Captain?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's showing into the residence.
Yes, ma'am.
This is states 20. What are we looking at here?
That's at the doorway looking into the living room area.
And I realize these are dark, but the jury will have them back in the jury room. States 21.
Another overview photo of the living room area.
Is this looking left or right from the front door?
That should be left.
Okay. And that's states 22. And then from the front door,
well, from the back, the carport.
Or, I'm sorry, the carport,
To the right.
what is this right here?
The fireplace.
States 24.
Same area, just a little different angle that shows you more of the left side of the living room, and then the doorway straight ahead.
This doorway.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that go back to the bedrooms or?
It should have gone to the bedrooms and the kitchen area.
States 25.
A close up of the wood stove, fireplace, whichever you want to call it.
Thank you. Beg the court's indulgence. Please answer any questions Ms. Bright Matthews may have for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please go on. Ms. Stallings,
Yes, ma'am.
let's talk a little bit, if you would, about your law enforcement training. Where did you start out?
I started at the Walterboro Police Department.
And I believe when you were at the Walterboro Police Department, you worked as a road unit first?
No, ma'am. I started off as a dispatcher.
Okay, so you have a lot of experience as a dispatcher.
Yes, ma'am.
And then after you left, when did you leave Walterboro Police Department?
I started Walterboro Police Department in '98 as a dispatcher. I became Class 1 certified in '99. In 2001, I left the police department and went to the sheriff's office.
That's when Andy Strickland
no,
was elected,
ma'am.
or was it
That-
under George Malone?
That was under Allen Beach.
Allen Beach, okay.
Yes, ma'am. And then I was there under George Malone.
Mhm.
The second term of his election, I was terminated
Mhm.
at the pleasure of the sheriff. I then worked part-time in Cottageville to try to maintain my certification, because if you're out for a certain amount of time, you lose your certification. And then Walterboro Police offered me a position in community policing. So I went back to the police department. I was there a year and a half, I believe. And the solicitor's office approached me to be part of their investigations unit. So I went to work for the solicitor's office as an investigator for 5 years. And then went back to the sheriff's office. I was approached and asked to come back to the sheriff's office and oversee the dispatch center. And that was
Under what sheriff?
under Andy Strickland.
Okay.
I believe that was 2016, and I've been back at the sheriff's office since 2016. And first time I was at the sheriff's office was from 01 to 08, the end of 08.
How much investigative experience, I always have problems with that word, investigative experience have you had?
I first went into investigations in 2003 under Jack Watson. He was lieutenant over investigations. So I was in investigations from 03 to 08. When I was community policing at Walterboro for the year and a half, I assisted with some cases. And then the 5 years with the solicitor's office. So 5, 10, 12. When I went back to the sheriff's office, initially I was solely in dispatch. I occasionally would help if they had something major or specific crime that I had experience in. And then, let's see, I believe it's when Major Hayes retired. They made some movements and adjustments in positions, and I was back in investigations and dispatch.
Using your experience that you had while working as an investigator, and particularly with the solicitor's office, and since you told me you worked under Jack Watson, I know how he was. Would you agree with me if I said documenting your file thoroughly is important, as an important part of investigating?
It is.
Why is it important? They always tell us on cross, never say why, but I know you.
Because you forget stuff.
And it's important for presentation
It
too,
is.
if you need to go to trial in a case.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's one of the things that they drill into your head at the academy, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get recertified, they teach you new ways to document your files.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me about, is it major? Were you the major over dispatch or captain over
No,
dispatch?
I initially was lieutenant, and then when Major Hayes retired, I then was promoted to captain between investigations and dispatch.
In that capacity with dispatch, what is the procedure, policy and procedure of the Sheriff's Department in maintaining dispatch recordings and logs?
So our CAD logs, we have indefinite from when our CAD system began.
Right.
We initially were on the AS400 system, and in 2019, we changed over to Central Square, which
Maybe I
was-
didn't say that question properly.
Okay.
What is the policy as it relates to how long you keep the CADs?
The CAD reports we have indefinite.
And what is the
And
CAD?
The CAD report is the call for service. Well, CAD is computer aided dispatch.
Mhm.
Within our system, we have different sections of it, but the computer aided dispatch pertaining to CAD are the call for service logs, and we maintain those indefinite back to when we initiated the CAD system.
What is the sheriff's policy, was the sheriff's policy in 2019 as it relates to maintaining the recordings?
The recordings, we maintain those
By that, so I can explain it, the recording of when someone calls,
when someone calls, we maintain those for 3 years.
okay? And is there, do you maintain them and send them to the particular case if it's an arrest involved?
We do.
And was that done in this case?
It was not.
Was a transcription of what was reported maintained for this case?
Not a transcript, but the call for service has the notes that were taken from the caller.
And it's very cryptic, very short, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. There was a question that you were asked just a minute ago about you were asked about body cams.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would explain for the jury, body cam is generally that camera that's in the middle of the chest of an officer, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Whereas
But-
a dash cam, I'm sorry.
Road Patrol typically wears them.
No, I just wanted the
Yes, the
explanation of
body
what it
cam
is.
what's worn on the officer.
You're getting ahead of me.
Yeah.
Okay, body cam is what they usually wear right here.
Correct.
The dash cam is a camera that's mounted in the front, usually on the dash, like it says,
Yes, ma'am.
on road patrol cars, right?
Correct.
Okay. Were there any road patrol units out of the 10 cars, 10 units that were there that day, on January 17th in 2019, were there any road patrol folks there?
I know initially there was not. I don't know if any, may I look at my notes?
Certainly.
This lawyer seems like she's a tad rude.
It shows that Roy Blake was dispatched and initially went to the hospital.
Who is he?
He was a deputy. He was a road deputy.
Okay,
En route to the hospital, out at the hospital, and then en route to the scene, at the scene.
okay. What about Billy Tyndall?
I think at that time, I'm pretty sure Tyndall was in the warrants division. I can't
So he-
remember exactly at which point he transferred over to investigations. He's either warrants or investigations. I can't remember which at that time.
It looks like he was on the scene at 3:32, dispatched to the scene at 3:32. Is that right? At scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do we have a dash cam from him?
No, ma'am. He wasn't part of the road division.
Okay. And let's go on. How many, if you would, since we're on that, how many people, give the jury the list of people, names that were there. Starting with yours, I think first is on your sheet.
All saying y'all don't like his comb over?
Myself, Captain Chapman, Billy Tyndall.
What was his rank?
I'm sorry, Tyndall or
Tyndall.
Chapman? Tyndall.
You said Captain Chapman.
Yes, Captain Chapman. This has B713, so that's a Bravo unit. Bravo's is the warrants division. So without looking at personnel, I would say he would have still been in the warrants division at that time. I don't know what his rank was.
Okay. What about Kelly Padgett?
Kelly Padgett, she was an investigator. Jason Eubanks, investigator. Brian Varnado, investigator. Shauna Tozier, investigator. And David Long, lieutenant investigator. And Ed Marcarella, investigator. And then he went to the hospital.
What about George Rue?
He went to the hospital. He did not come to the residence.
Was he an investigator?
No, ma'am. He was supply lieutenant.
Would he have had a dash cam?
I don't know if he would have had dash cam in his vehicle or not.
Now, Andy Strickland, the sheriff at that time, was also on scene, but he's not listed on the CAD. That particular, that's the older CAD that you have. He's not listed there, is he?
He was at the hospital.
Okay. Did he ever come to the scene?
Not to my knowledge, no,
Okay.
ma'am.
So of course he would not have a dash cam, nor would he have a body cam, right?
Correct.
But as sheriff, he issued the body worn cameras policy for the department in 2015, didn't he? I'm going to, you were asked about it just a minute ago, and I just wanted to show you the document.
He probably, let's see. Says issued / revised 2015. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Andy Strickland was the sheriff.
He
And in
was.
that first paragraph there, it says the purpose. Isn't it true that on that statement there that was provided to you, the availability of body worn cameras enhances documentation of officers' public contacts, arrests, and critical incidents? Is that what the policy says?
Yes, ma'am.
But yet you're telling this jury that of the 10 officers you've talked about, none of them wore body cam nor had dash cam in their car because it was either they weren't available or either because of their position as investigators, they didn't need to have them. Is that,
They weren't issued to investigations until March of 2019.
is that what your sheriff at the time decided, or was it something that came up that all of the rank decided that they didn't want?
That, I don't know who made that decision. I know the investigators didn't have them.
Would you doubt it if anything came out that a lot of the investigators did not want to have body cams on them?
I would object to this conjecture.
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor. In the same report on page 2, it says the wearing of personally owned video recorders is not authorized. You could only wear what was issued. Is it your testimony here today that in 2015, this policy was presented, but yet no one was even afforded the ability to wear a body-worn camera?
Didn't she just say 5 times they didn't
Our
have body
division was
cams
one of the
on?
divisions that did not have body cams.
Okay. And this was under Andy Strickland.
It was.
Okay.
I hate when they try to trip him up, asking him the same question 15 different ways.
Now, let's get to the actual investigation in this case. You get this call to come to the scene to investigate what you believe to be is an arson and a seriously injured person that was being medevaced to Atlanta, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we talk about the rank of people on the scene,
Hey,
what
Sean.
rank were you compared to the others?
This
I
is
was
South
captain.
Carolina
What
versus
does that
Craig
mean?
Lewis.
I know I should know what captain,
This
lieutenant,
is
what
what
does
it's
that
about.
put you first, second, or third of the people on the scene?
First,
Okay,
until Chapman arrived, and then he has more experience than I do, so then I would have fallen under him.
okay. So when you arrived on the scene, I am looking at your report, and if you don't mind, look at it with me. The severity of what has gone on, you wrote white male dropped victim off at the ER. Then you put some A32, 321, that's an officer's number. Advised suspect did not have a C9F on him last night during the whatever. Isn't that what you wrote? You wrote it in police jargon and not common sense. Or
This
what?
is the dispatch notes. I did not write this. This is from the dispatcher.
Where is your report?
I don't have a supplement for the CAD report.
Did
This
you,
This is the CAD report.
okay,
So this is information that the dispatchers would gather from calls or radio traffic.
so up top where it says CAD information gives the case number and then original report by Angela Stallings. Is the jury to understand that you gave that information to the dispatch?
So where it says A321 advised
Yes.
suspect did have a
It's
code 9
my-
box.
wait a
That
minute.
was from me.
So everything in here is what you told the dispatch,
No, that's not correct.
okay? So this stuff in here is not what, but so let me show you what the state's provided to me.
Oh, you're looking at the narrative. I'm looking at the CAD report. Sorry.
Doesn't that say CAD report up top?
So yes, this is the CAD report, yes.
And that CAD report was done with information you provided, wasn't it?
Part of it was.
So where would the other information have come from?
The caller calling in to dispatch to report the incident.
Okay, why does it then say original report by Angela Stallings? I know I shouldn't ask that question either, but I have to.
So the way the old CAD system, the AS400 worked.
I was saying, I wondered
An
the same
incident
thing.
report is generated from a CAD report, the whole top section is the CAD, the dispatch notes.
Okay.
And then some officers would
Sort of
keep
looks like-
that, would separate it, go into their narrative, and then of what the officer themselves did. And then you would have your supplements from your other officers.
Instead of using their independent observations,
I'm sorry, say that. I don't
they
think I
would
understood.
keep whatever the CAD report is instead of putting what their independent investigation says. Isn't that correct? Or adding to it?
No,
There.
they,
Your Honor, objection, this witness can't testify to what other officers would do,
Your
what
Honor,
their practice was.
I did not elicit it. She provided the information. She said what some officers, I didn't ask what some officers. Once she said it, I asked her to explain what she meant. And I am on cross.
You can testify as to what you meant, but as to what other officers might have done, stay away from that.
okay. So sometimes when the officers would initiate their narrative, they would leave the CAD notes, separate it, and do their narrative themselves. This original narrative are the notes that copied over from the CAD reports. And it says, as the officers went into their narratives, it says, see supplements for the narratives from the officers.
So where's your supplement?
I'm gonna try to look, see if I can figure it out. I'll see.
You
It's the same.
were at one point the highest and then the second highest person on the scene of this report, given your background with the solicitor's office and in law enforcement and investigations. You did not write a report.
I did not write a narrative. No, I did not.
Did you make independent notes?
No, ma'am.
When you came to the scene, you saw that Craig had already shut his back door and two officers were already there walking behind him, and he was allowed to get in his car, didn't he?
He was walking to his vehicle, yes.
Did he get in the vehicle?
He did.
Did he crank the vehicle up?
I believe it was cranked.
Didn't you I don't know if uncrank is a word. Didn't you turn the key in the ignition and take the keys out?
I did.
And didn't you tell the boys, you're not going anywhere, arrest him?
No, ma'am, I did not tell the boys that
Okay,
he's not going anywhere, arrest him. I asked Mr. Lewis to step out of the vehicle. He did not. I told him that he was remaining at the residence. He was not leaving at that time. He did not want to comply.
you said it in that tone, I'm sure, right?
I don't recall what tone I was using. I was asking him to step out of the vehicle and he wouldn't. So at that time I reached into the vehicle. I turned the vehicle off and removed the keys so
Now,
he
Miss-
couldn't move.
Now, Mr.
Move
Lewis
the
is a pretty
vehicle.
big man,
He is.
and he was in a Toyota,
He was.
and you reached in, over, and around him and got him out of the car. And that's when a
Yes.
scuffle ensued,
It is.
because you attempted, along with the guys that were there, to drag him down to the concrete.
Only after he didn't comply.
Okay, how was he to comply? Drop on his face on the concrete?
No, step out of the vehicle when he was asked to.
Okay, so when Mr. Lewis did, you get him out of the vehicle, the guys, along with you, tried to get him on the concrete. He sidestepped to the grass so that he would not get hurt, didn't he?
I recall him not complying with us and not listening to our request, and he was being evasive and physically resistant with us.
Oh, he was physically. Did you get hurt?
I think I had a scratch on my hand.
Did David Long get hurt?
Yes, he had a cut to his hand.
And where was your cut?
I think it was on my hands.
Which hand?
I don't recall.
Was that documented anywhere?
Probably in our interdepartmental, as we did Eubanks's paperwork.
Didn't you say in the interdepartmental as well as Eubanks's paperwork that the defendant received a minor scratch, minor laceration, and there were 5 people that got hurt? Didn't you say that?
Yes, ma'am.
And no pictures of those scratch
I'll
was
say
ever
it-
entered into evidence, was it?
I don't believe I took a photo of my hand, no,
Did
ma'am.
you take a picture
that was
of David Long's bruise
Right
on the
down
back
the back
of
of
his fist?
Hey, Gator
I did not take one. I don't know if anyone else took any.
Now, Mr. Lewis is shown in the mugshot when he got to the jail as having dried blood draining down his
I
face.
agree. I don't like this lady at all.
Do you
Just
remember
ask
that?
the same question 15 times, just
He did
different
have a
ways.
small scratch to his
Small?
face, and I think it had a Band-Aid on it. Once he got to the jail.
YouTube's notifications have sucked lately.
Ms. Stallings, I'm going to ask this, and I would really appreciate your candor, because I know you. Did you know at the time that Andy Strickland, when he sent y'all over there, that Leanne Kellum, Terry Lewis's daughter,
Gator hater, she really is. She's
was
aggravated
one of his
me.
tenants? Did you
Was
know
one of
that?
whose
Was one of
tenants?
the sheriff, your sheriff's tenants.
No,
Did you
ma'am,
know
I did
that?
not know that.
He didn't tell you that, did he?
No, ma'am.
He's the one who issued the be on the lookout and sent y'all over there to Craig's house, didn't he?
He was one of the ones, he did give the bolo for a vehicle.
Be on the lookout.
description. Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that he was in communication with Leanne Kellum when she was on her way to Atlanta?
I was not aware of that, no, ma'am.
Does the CAD log
Okay.
show that Andy
No.
Strickland went to the
It's pretty
emergency
bad.
room when Craig was there being tended to by the doctor?
I know that he was at the hospital when the initial call came out. Let's see. It shows him initially out at the hospital at 1519. And then he was en route with an escort.
Did you know that Craig Lewis and Leanne Kellum were all
Yeah.
classmates?
Gator
with
hater.
Andy
It's-
Strickland, and they were all acquaintances? Did you know
No,
that?
ma'am, I did not know that.
I noticed that some officers were at the scene that are not listed on the CAD report. Wendell Butterfield, do you remember him being there?
No, ma'am, he was an investigator of ours.
So is Bill Smoke? I noticed him at the scene
He's
too.
one of our reserve officers.
And was he at the scene? Do you remember? If
I
not,
don't
that's fine.
remember him being there, no, ma'am.
No report from either of those two?
Mm-mm.
No?
No, ma'am.
Explain for this jury how one would get a search warrant, meaning an officer such as yourself.
You have to have probable cause for a search warrant. You get the location of the area or location that needs to be searched. You document a description of the location that's to be searched. You submit what you're looking for based off of the type of crime, what probable cause you do have that at that time, and then you go and you seek it with a magistrate judge or a circuit court judge.
Do you have to swear that you're telling the truth?
Yes.
And in this particular case, you did not write a report, but you went and got a search warrant on the house that we've seen pictures of, based upon your sworn affidavit or sworn testimony to the magistrate.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't you tell the magistrate after bringing the victim to the emergency room, the spouse left and did not stay with the patient? Didn't you say that in your affidavit? Down at the bottom, in paragraph 3, subparagraph number 3, first sentence.
Yes, I did.
And then you said,
Good.
Officers responded to the residence of the patient and spouse. And then, isn't that correct? That's your next
Yes,
statement?
ma'am.
The next statement says contact was made with the spouse at the residence.
Correct.
And I assume by that you mean the two officers that arrived first, or are you referring to yourself?
And the initial officers.
And while attempting to determine the cause of fire and injury, the spouse was being very evasive, and you use very evasive, and would not answering questions. Is that your affidavit that you gave to the magistrate?
Yes, ma'am.
The spouse did state he had already removed the couch from the residence that was damaged during the fire. So he told them that much, right?
Correct.
The spouse was attempting to leave the residence and officers attempted to detain them. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But didn't Officer Long and Varnado tell him he could leave and you came and changed it?
I'm not sure what they told him.
Hey, Mr. Michigan.
You didn't read Mr. Lewis his rights before you reached in the vehicle to detain him, did you?
I did not, no, ma'am.
Okay.
We never behave. You should know better than that. You're welcome, Sarah.
May I approach?
Did you want this back? This was yours.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it taken as a part of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would move this photograph into evidence.
You did get what?
What number? Teresa.
3,
Four?
4, okay.
Four.
No objection to 4, is that correct?
No objection.
All right, that'll be 4 without objection. And it's good.
Yeah, I'll say
I'm
no.
gonna
I
try to
thought it
use
looked familiar, but I wasn't sure. But it's
If the
definitely the
clerk could
same
assist.
courthouse.
I don't know how to
Googled
use
it.
this. Or I could do it the old, I'm not gonna ask, I could do it the old fashioned way. Your Honor, I move to
Mr.
publish to the
Michigan.
jury.
You may.
Does defendant's exhibit number 4 accurately depict how Craig Lewis looked on?
Y'all
the
should have
evening
seen him
when
earlier.
you
Well,
said that
Granny,
he
you were
had
here.
a
It looked like he
scratch?
was
Yes,
sleeping.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Send me some, Mr. Michigan.
All right, thank you so much.
Just briefly, Captain Stallings, are you aware of any stitches that Mr. Lewis may have received?
I have to leave soon to go get Brooklyn, so I'm just gonna have to let this play and join from my phone.
So you're not aware of any medical attention that he received before being released back to police custody?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll say.
Read across. But you're aware that he got kicked in his ribs and had to go to the hospital for that. Not only on the 17th, but on the 18th too. The doctor testified earlier to him checking him out for ribs and back injuries he received, and you said it was minor.
I don't recall the injuries to the ribs, no, ma'am.
I would ask that Captain Stallings be released at this time. No objection. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Granny, it's a lot like Leilani.
State calls Brian
Don't you
Varnado.
think? Not being bothered? That's who he was reminding me of. That whole,
You might just be able
she was not bothered the whole time, and neither is he.
Thank you very much.
Varnado, please come forward and be sworn.
I'm gonna have to take some medicine. I feel like garbage.
Please come forward and place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Your firm testimony to give the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat on the witness stand. State your name for the record and swear your license.
Sergeant Brian Varnado with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office. Is it? Okay. Last name spelled Varnado.
I think it's on. That's all.
Doesn't sound like it's on.
It's on. He's loud.
Okay, try it again, Sergeant.
I got a big mouth. You should really hear me. It's not working, is it?
All right, that
is
sounds
now.
like it's on.
Yep. Last name spelled Varnado.
Thank you, Sergeant Varnado. Who do you work for?
Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed with Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 11 years.
All right, and what is your current position?
Investigation.
Reggie.
Was that your position in January of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you on duty on the 17th of January of 2019?
I was.
And were you dispatched to Wade Hampton Drive that day?
Yes. Well, on the radio, one of my supervisors told me to go. To
All
that
right, I'm
location.
gonna let this keep playing. I'll
And
be
that was Wade Hampton Drive?
Yes, Colleton County.
from my phone, but I have to go to Brooklyn.
What
And
did you
then I'll be
observe when you got there?
I pulled up to that residence. I seen a vehicle in the yard, SUV, and Mr. Lewis was underneath the carport area, when I recall.
What was he doing?
When I first pulled up, I just see him standing underneath there. I couldn't really tell exactly what he was doing. I just observed him underneath the carport area, moving around.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on now, but it's just not loud at all.
I know. If you could just speak up and
Okay.
enunciate a little, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to show you what has been entered as State's Exhibit 4. And ask if this is the residence, the carport, and the car that you saw at 273 Wade Hampton when you left.
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Lewis was standing in this carport?
Yes, he was in that area when I came up.
Okay. What did you do next?
Got out the car and spoke to him. Told him the reason I was there. And not long after that, I had a few other investigators pull up behind me, my supervisor, and they began speaking with him.
All right. And what reason did you give him that you were there?
I told him we was there in reference to his wife. An incident had occurred, and we were there to come to the scene of where the incident occurred at.
Okay. And the man you saw, you said Craig Lewis. Do you see that man in the courtroom today that you spoke to?
Yes.
All right. Can you point him out for me?
Dark blue button-up shirt there.
All right. Between
White
Miss
male.
Bright Matthews.
Next to Miss Matthews, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. What happened after you and investigators initially spoke to Mr. Lewis?
I believe he wanted to leave the residence. He was speaking to my captain, Angela Stallings. He got in his vehicle and said he was leaving. She informed him he was detained and he was not free to leave. The incident had just freshly happened and we was trying to get a handle on what had occurred. He said he was leaving. After she told him he was under detention and he did not comply with getting out of his vehicle, she told him to step out the vehicle and that he could not leave. I believe she attempted to take his keys. I don't know if she actually ever got the keys or not at that time. And then he was placed to the ground and put in restraints.
Okay. So he had to be removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. And were you involved in that removal?
Yes.
All right. Were other officers involved with that?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And eventually, was he detained?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall anyone advising him of his Miranda rights?
I did not myself. I didn't ask him any questions, but one of the supervisors there probably notified him of his Miranda.
Okay, well, you don't have to guess. If you don't recall, that's okay.
No.
Sometime later in the investigation, did you receive information about a burned couch?
Leading. She can ask what he received, if he received any information. Can't lead.
Did you receive any information about anything?
I had left the residence, left the supervisors there. Some of the other investigators stayed on scene. I got notified on the radio that I needed to check a particular area for a burned couch that was removed from that residence,
All right,
and where
and
that couch could possibly be located.
what area was that?
It's an area in Colleton County, Risher Mountain Road. It runs parallel with 95.
Did you respond out to Risher Mountain Road?
Yes, I responded out there.
I am moving to interstates exhibits 11 through 18, which the defense has no objection to.
No objection. All right, thank you. That would be 11 through 18 inclusive without objection.
And just for the witness's edification, I'm going to have him flip through these pictures. Do you recognize these pictures, Sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are they?
These are photographs of the couch on the side of the road, Risher Mountain Road.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how it appeared?
Yes,
And then once it's back in evidence?
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to publish these, Your Honor, and then I'll go through and just have Sergeant Varnado describe what we're seeing, if that suits the court.
No objection, I presume.
I'm going to first publish State's Exhibit 11. And Sergeant, can you just describe what's contained in this picture?
That's the couch as it set on Risher Mountain, on the side of the road, on Risher Mountain Road when I found it. That's how it was laying.
All right, State's Exhibit 12.
That's another angle, same couch.
State's Exhibit 13.
That's some of the, lack of a better term, stuffing, I guess, out of the couch.
State's 14.
That's a photograph of a cigarette lighter that was lying beside the couch.
Was this couch and the cigarette lighter collected?
Yes,
And was that all taken back to evidence at the Criminal Investigations Division?
yes, the couch was taken back, I believe, to our bay. We have a open bay in there. It was placed inside there.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 15. And as what's in that picture.
Yeah, you can see the concrete floor there. It looks like that's the floor of the bay.
Okay, so that's when it's back in evidence.
Yes,
Again, State's Exhibit 16.
same, just a different angle.
17.
That's the same, different view.
All right. Could you tell where most of the burns were, on the left or right side of the couch when you're facing it?
You're facing it, most of them are on the left side.
And then state 18.
Yes, that's the cigarette lighter that was on the ground beside it.
Thank you. Did you have any other involvement in the investigation of this case?
No.
All right, thank you. Please answer any questions Ms. Bright Matthews may have for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Murdoch is going to be crossing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Varnado.
How you do, sir?
I'm doing well. Could you please state your rank and position from 2019?
2019, I was a sergeant in investigations.
And at the time of this incident, you were a sergeant?
Yes.
And you were also a part of the crime scene investigations unit, that's correct?
Yes, sir. We're a small agency. CID is.
Did you know Mr. Lewis prior to this incident in 2019?
Yes.
Could you tell me how you know Mr. Lewis?
How long?
How long have you known Mr. Lewis?
Pretty much all my life.
Did you grow up with Mr. Lewis?
Mm-hmm.
You and Mr. Lewis went to school together?
Yes.
So you were friends growing up?
Yeah, we was friends. I knew him in school.
What did you review today or prior to court coming to court today in preparation to testify?
What I had to testify to.
And this incident occurred back on January the 17th of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony here today is what you recall from 4 years ago?
Yes.
Let's go to your report. Was there any type of incident report you did in regards to this incident?
No, all of my interactions or whatever are recorded on CAD, on the call for service.
Recorded in the CAD service?
In the dispatch info, yes.
And you wrote an incident report, and you never wrote an incident report or any type of...
I wasn't a case officer on this, no.
Notes from this incident?
Your Honor, if you can let the witness finish before he keeps asking questions.
Your Honor, the question wasn't finished before witness began to
Hold
answer.
on 1 second till he finishes and then pause a second and then you may answer. So,
Sorry, Mr. Martin.
No, you good?
So you never wrote any type of investigative report, any kind of notes, or an incident report regarding the incident that occurred at Wade Hampton Avenue?
No, I had no investigation as far as the investigative at that location. No, I didn't. I didn't have any part of that.
So upon your arrival to the scene, you were the first officer that arrived to the scene?
Yeah, I was there probably 2 minutes before the other ones got there.
2 minutes?
Yeah, it was a matter of minutes.
Upon your arrival, did you or any of the other officers speak to anyone else other than Mr. Lewis?
I don't remember seeing nobody else there but Mr. Lewis when I got there.
After other officers arrived, do you recall any other officers speaking to a neighbor or anyone else that could have?
They may have. I didn't.
And that would have been documented in a report?
If they spoke to him, you had to ask them.
Isn't one of the first things an officer does arriving on scene, investigating a crime, would be to search for other witnesses or any type of surveillance footage or anything that can help the investigation?
That's some of the things we do, yeah.
And why do you do that?
To gather evidence.
But you personally never spoke to anyone else?
I don't recall speaking to a neighbor, no.
Do you remember when you made contact with the defendant? Were you by yourself?
It was a matter of minutes. I may have been there a minute or two, just he and I. And
do you
then,
remember Mr. Long was
yes,
also there?
I believe he was one of the first ones. My first in
So it's
chain
safe
of
to say
command.
that you and Mr. Long,
My chain of command. He's my next in line supervisor, and he pulled in right behind me. Yes.
so it's safe to say that you and Mr. Long together made contact with the defendant on the scene?
Well, I remember. Yeah.
Did you, upon making contact with the defendant, did you search the defendant, pat down or anything?
No. When I got there, it wasn't very long before the rest of them got there. I pretty much was just telling Mr. Lewis why we were there.
Do you recall anyone?
I didn't
Mr.
ask
Long?
him any questions or anything.
Do you recall Mr. Long or any other officer patting down Mr. Lewis?
I don't.
Searching Mr. Lewis?
No, I don't.
So you had no reason to believe Mr. Lewis was dangerous, or
At the time, no.
did you ask the defendant, Mr. Lewis, what was going on when you arrived?
I told him why we were there. I didn't get into a whole lot of asking the questions. I left that from Ms. Stallings and the rest of them.
And did Mr. Lewis say anything to you when you asked him about what was going on?
No, he didn't have wasn't nothing dire to the situation. He was just, telling me, hey, she's messed up or whatever. It was just general conversation.
So there were some statements made between you and Mr. Lewis.
Yeah,
upon his
yeah. We just
arrival.
had a general meeting. Like I said, it was like maybe a minute before everybody else got there.
Did Mr. Lewis tell you where he was going?
No,
Did you and Detective Long, I'm assuming he was detective at the time,
yes,
did you and Detective Long enter Mr. Lewis's residence before any other officers arrived on scene?
and no, there was some other ones there by the time the sweep was done at the house.
So are you familiar with Detective Padgett? Was Detective Padgett also on the scene that day?
I think she came up behind us too. Also, yes. There was a
Pressure on.
lot. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a document here. This is. Now, Mr. Varnado, do you recognize that document? Have you ever seen it before?
I don't know if I've seen this document. I know what it is, and I can see who typed it.
Does that document appear to be a report from Ms. Padgett?
Yes,
Detective Padgett from
Detective
this
Kelly
day?
Padgett with us. Yes.
Could you flip to the second page of that?
Mhm.
About midway through that top paragraph up there, does Detective Padgett observe you and Detective Long exiting the residence with the defendant upon her arrival at the scene?
Point out which part. You said halfway through the second paragraph?
Yes. Your Honor, if I may.
Yeah, come on up here and show me what you're talking about. I'll read it. Lieutenant Long and others exited the residence with Mr. Lewis. As Lewis was walking, he was holding a flip phone and was saying something to the effect of, "I'm going to call the person who got the couch now."
That's enough.
You want to keep reading?
That's enough. So you and Detective Long were the first two on scene.
Mhm.
Detective Padgett and others arrived minutes later.
Yeah, right behind us.
And her report states that you and Detective Long exited the residence.
Well, we probably were, like I said, we probably did do a sweep of the house. I'm not sure.
So you were in the residence.
I said we did a sweep of the house. One was done.
On that date in 2019, were you equipped with any type of body camera or dash camera
No.
at this time? Why not?
My agency didn't have them.
You just didn't have them?
My agency didn't have
The
them.
agency
We
didn't
weren't
have
issued. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
You good?
So you had no access to one at all?
No.
But if you did have a body camera on scene when you responded, any statements that were made between you and Mr. Lewis upon your arrival would have been recorded on that body
That's
camera?
policy. Yes.
Let's get back to the couch that you mentioned. You responded after the call, or you left the scene from the original call and responded to Richard Mountain Road in response to a couch, correct?
Yes.
And upon your arrival, the couch was located
Yes. I found on the
side
side
of
of the
Richard
road.
Mountain Road.
About half a mile down Richard Mountain.
Did Mr. Lewis assist in finding the couch?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Do
I
you
was
recall any other
calling.
officers calling, or anyone on the dispatch call that stated Mr. Lewis assisted in helping find the couch?
From what I recall on the radio, I was told to respond out there by an officer. I think his name was Phil Driggers. I'm not 100% sure. I think it was Driggers. I don't know how Mr. Driggers got that information.
But somebody did give information to you regarding the couch
On the
that was
radio,
found on
yes.
Richard Mountain Road.
Mhm.
Approximately how long were you on the scene at Wadeham before you left to Richard Mountain Road?
It was after the ambulances, both of them had left. 30 minutes maybe. Wasn't very long. It should be in the
Do you recall if the fire department was ever called in any part of this investigation?
I don't remember the fire department, no.
And when you arrived at the home and Mr. Lewis advised you of fire, That's correct.
There have been one,
Of a
yes.
fire, that's correct.
There have been one, yes.
And you didn't think to call any type of fire dispatch to make sure that the residence was safe?
I didn't see any flames, smoke, or anything. Like I said, we did a sweep of the house.
What did you see on under the carport?
I seen water on the carport, on the ground, a water hose, some black char of some type that was burnt material on the
So
carport.
it's safe to say that it was consistent with something that looked like it had just out of the fire.
Had been, yes.
So were you in part of, or did you take part in helping to detain Mr. Lewis, or did that occur after you left the scene at Wakeham?
Nope, I was there.
You remember approximately how Mr. Lewis was detained?
Yes,
Could you explain that to the jury?
he was pulled out the vehicle.
And when did Mr. Lewis get into his vehicle?
I believe while my captain may have been talking to him, he was walking towards his the pictures.
Well, according to Detective Padgett, you and Mr. Long exited the home with Mr. Lewis. Was it that point where he got into his vehicle?
Yeah, after he walked away from there, yes. He wasn't in restraints
He
or
wasn't
anything.
detained at that point?
No, well, he was detained, but we didn't have him in handcuffs. We just told him he needed to stay there.
Typically, when you detain someone, are they placed into handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
It's difficult for a court reporter. You continue to talk over one another.
Sorry,
I
Your Honor.
So
apologize.
that's
Your Honor.
okay. That's all right. It's fine. But just give it a second before the answer. And if you give them a second to finish, it might go a little smoother. Thank you so much. Sorry for the interruption. Please ask the question again.
Typically, when you detain someone, are they placed in handcuffs?
Not all the time.
In situations where allegations such as allegations with Mr. Lewis, are suspects typically placed in the handcuffs?
No. Now, if he's not being aggressive, I don't.
Did you assist in the takedown of Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Approximately how many officers were involved in that takedown?
Maybe 4.
Were you injured as a result of Mr. Lewis?
I wasn't. No.
Were other officers injured?
Yes.
Did you have any reason to believe that a fire didn't occur at the residence upon your arrival?
It appeared so. I'm not an expert in that area, but there were, like I said, there was some charred remains of fabric or something. The water hose out there, the water on the pavement. You can smell the slight smell of smoke. I mean, at some point you can tell there had been a fire.
But the fire department was never called.
Not that I'm aware of. I didn't see them.
Is it common for responding to accidents, fire department be called?
If we think they're needed, yes.
Well, even in small car accidents, fire department's usually called, correct?
Yes, sir. Actually, there was never a 911 call to come out there to that location.
So certainly where there's a call that comes in regarding a fire, it'd be a good idea to call the fire department.
If someone called 911 and said, yes, there's a fire out here or something, then yes, the fire department would have came.
As part of your training as an officer, are you ever taught anything regarding other than basic fire safety?
No.
Would you be familiar with an expert cause and origin expert with fire?
You have to repeat that for me.
Would you be familiar with a cause and origin expert when it comes to fire?
No.
Beg for the court's indulgence, Your Honor. Mr. Varnado, were there 3 dogs that were located in the residence upon your arrival?
I don't recall dogs. I'm not saying they weren't there, but I don't remember them.
Craig let you and Detective Long into the residence, and you eventually went into the residence with Mr. Lewis, correct?
I don't know how far I went into the residence. I only remember passing right there in the doorway. As far as like going through and looking for dogs, I don't remember seeing any dogs.
Did you tell Mr. Lewis that he could leave upon exiting the residence?
Outside of the house? Yeah,
Yes.
he was able to go into the yard. Yes, he couldn't leave the premise. No, he didn't have to stay inside the house. I actually wanted to come outside the house.
And do you recall Mr. Lewis locking the door to his residence when he exited the house?
Say again?
Do you recall Mr. Lewis locking the door to his residence when he exited?
I know he shut the door. I don't know if he locked it or not. It was shut.
Do you remember which investigator this case was assigned to as the lead investigator?
I do not.
Just to be clear, you never took any notes or wrote any kind of formal report?
No.
As a result of this? No further question, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Just briefly. If 911 is not called in an emergency, does the fire department just show up?
No, and if they're not called, no.
And why didn't you call the fire department?
I didn't see any fire or no smoke or anything. I didn't see a need for them.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions related to that question?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. This witness excused or not?
No objection.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
State calls Lieutenant David Long. Thanks.
Mr. Long, please come forward and be sworn. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You're from testimony give the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, self you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat on the witness stand. State your name for the record. Swear your last
David Long, Long.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Long.
Good morning.
Do you have your report with you?
Say again, please.
Do you have your report with you?
I do.
Okay. I've got one if you needed a copy of it. Lieutenant, tell us how long you've been employed by Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
I started in 1986, and then from 86 to 96, I worked for the Colleton County Sheriff's Department. Then I went to the Department of Natural Resources for South Carolina, and I worked there for about 17 years there, and came back to work at the Colleton County Sheriff's Department in probably 2013 or so, and been there ever since.
All right. And your current position is lieutenant over investigations, right? And so back in 2019, what role were you playing at the sheriff's office?
The same, and special operations.
Were you on duty on January 17th of 2019?
Yes.
And where did you respond out to?
Wade Hampton Drive.
Whose residence was that?
Craig Lewis's.
All right. Was that a shared residence?
Was there what?
Shared residence.
I believe he was married and had a wife at the time.
All right. Is that within Colleton County's jurisdiction?
It is.
Okay. Tell us what you observed upon getting to that residence.
Myself and Detective Varnado arrived at about the same time. He actually knows Mr. Lewis, and he began speaking to him. And as we drove up, as we exited our vehicles and he started talking to him, he was under his carport with a water hose. I believe he was winding it up.
Okay.
as he had just finished with it.
Do you see Craig Lewis in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is he seated?
He's sitting beside the defendant's attorney.
Okay. Is that the same man that you saw in the carport winding up the hose?
It is. He has lost some weight since then.
Okay.
Appears to have.
I have states exhibits 9 and 10 that I've shown to the defense, and I would like to enter these. I believe there's no objection.
All right, those will be states 9 and 10 without objection.
Thank you. And may I approach the witness? Lieutenant Long, do you recognize what's contained in these pictures? This is states 9 and 10.
Yes, this is the carport that he was standing under with apparently the same garden hose and had just finished washing down. That's why the water is still there and some running down. This is the part that is not seen in that same photo of the left-hand side of the carport.
Okay, an extension of the carport?
It is.
Okay. Is that how it appeared when you responded to 273 Wade Hampton?
The door was open.
Okay. I'm going to publish these, Your Honor. All right, Lieutenant, if I can direct your attention to the pictures that I'm putting up. This is states 9. And just describe for us what we're seeing right here again.
Yes, it was more water on the concrete at the time that I arrived.
Okay, and this
I'm not
is,
sure what time that picture was actually taken.
and this is the water hose you were referring to?
It is.
And you stated earlier that this door was open when you arrived?
While he was standing on the carport, that door to that entrance to that room was open.
This is states 10. And I believe you stated that this is just the other side of the carport?
It is. It appears to be what I would consider a 2-car carport, and that would be the left side of the carport.
Thank you. All right, so you and Varnado were the first to get there, right?
Correct.
Okay. What happened after Sergeant Varnado had a brief conversation with Craig Lewis?
It was imperative that we were going to attempt to search the residence. I asked Mr. Lewis if he would consent to a search, and I don't know what he had said something. I don't remember or recall exactly what it was, but I had gone to my patrol vehicle and gotten a consent search form. And when I came back and asked Mr. Lewis about it again, apparently he refused to because I never got it signed. I don't remember whether he said he would or wouldn't or anything, but I did not get it signed, the consent.
Okay. At some point, did you Mirandize him?
After he was placed in handcuffs for detention, yes.
Okay. So prior to that, when you came back with the form, what happened next? What did you observe?
More officers had arrived at that time, and I believe Captain Stallings was speaking to him in the door of the truck. He had come out of the house, shut the door behind him, got in the truck, and a conversation was taking place with him sitting in the truck, and we were outside the vehicle.
Was he, what were you asking him to do?
I, at that point, wasn't asking him to do anything. He and Stallings were in a conversation. I don't know what they were saying or what had taken place, but at one point he was told he was detained for questioning and to exit the vehicle, and that's when he was trying to crank the vehicle and leave.
Okay. Did he exit the vehicle of his own volition?
No.
All right. Then what happened?
Captain Stallings attempted to get the keys. She was removed from that window of the vehicle. We got Mr. Lewis out of the vehicle. He struggled slightly, so we went to the ground with him and placed him in handcuffs.
Okay.
A struggle ensued.
Okay. And so you and What other officers?
At that time, it was myself, Officer Eubanks, and Detective Varnado.
Okay.
And Captain Stallings was there present.
Were medics called to check him out?
Yes,
Was there another medic that came out too?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know that Detective Eubanks required a medic
Okay.
for an issue with his shoulder of some type.
Did you respond anywhere else later that day?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Did you have any other role in the investigation of this case?
Stayed at the house and stayed outside and made sure and secured the scene while the search warrant was executed.
And who came back with the search warrant?
I don't remember which officer had it.
All right. But you stayed at the residence and waited on the search warrant?
Yes, I was in the yard.
Okay. Please answer any questions Ms. Bright Matthews may have.
Absolutely.
What's your rank? What is your rank?
Lieutenant,
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
the first time was in 1986 until I went to work for DNR in 96.
So that's
Retired-
10 years? 10 years, right?
10 years. Retired from DNR in 2012, June. Went back to work at the Sheriff's Office at 12 of June.
And so from
June
12
2012.
at this time, so that's 10 years plus you have from 12 to now.
38 now.
Okay, so you've been there a long time
Yes, ma'am.
and you understand the importance of documenting everything
Yes.
so that because you know when you come to court, you're going to have somebody like me or
Absolutely.
Mr. Murdoch, and you and I have been at it a lot
Yes,
over the
ma'am.
years and we have fun with it,
Yes,
don't we?
ma'am. We do.
All right. Which one of you gave the Miranda warnings?
After we placed him in handcuffs, I gave him a Miranda warning.
Isn't it in fact true that your own report says that upon locating Lewis, he was under the carport with a water hose attempting to remove evidence? So was the water hose on or off?
He was under the carport holding the hose. I remember him stopping with the hose. I don't remember whether he was actually spraying or what at the time.
It says attempting to remove evidence of the fire that severely burned his wife.
That's correct.
You don't know what it was, do
The
you?
very second I drove up, I'm not absolutely sure if he had completed what he was doing or whether he was still in the process of doing it.
Well, David, excuse me for calling you David.
That's fine.
You went into the scene. Did you know Mr. Lewis?
No, I did not.
Or Brian just told you, I know Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
Okay, so he went in there and didn't he say, hey, Bo, why didn't you call us? Isn't that what Brian said? When Brian went into the residence with Mr. Lewis, because he let y'all in the house, didn't he?
The door was open and when he went in, I believe we followed him
And
in.
he didn't stop you.
No.
He didn't say, hey, you got a warrant, you can't come in my house, did he?
Well, I went into the doorway. I don't know
He
what
was
took place after
cooperating.
that. Ma'am?
I'm sorry, I'm doing what my protege was doing. He was cooperating, wasn't he?
He was.
And he came in, and I think that's when you or either Mr. Bryan said, hey, you noticed that the couch was missing, didn't you?
I myself?
Yeah, because you walk in that, under the carport, you walk into that area, that's where the wood burning stove is, and you see that there's a couch missing.
Yeah, once you go in that doorway, I said it was open. That's the room that also had water in it and smelled of fire and the couch was missing. Yes.
So now, yes, you noticed that the couch was missing, or no, or that you found that later. I'm just trying to clarify it did you?
I didn't know a couch was there until later. All I know is that the water was on the floor and you could smell some odor of fire.
Okay.
And I stopped at that room. I didn't go any further.
You
I don't
didn't-
know what took place.
I'm not asking about anything related to the search. I'm just asking whether or not he was cooperating at that point.
He was cooperating at that point.
Okay. Didn't he say when he was asked, hey, Bo, Why didn't you call us? Didn't he say, why I'm gonna call y'all? I was trying to get my wife to the hospital. Didn't he say that to you all?
Not to me.
That's not reflected in this report, is it?
I did not hear him say that.
Okay, got it. Now, the next thing in your report, he goes out. Is it your testimony to this court that when he shut the door, you didn't know whether it was locked or not, that y'all had already been in the house and y'all let him come outside, and you, even though you don't know whether anybody told him he could go, but he got in the car and he turned on the ignition switch, didn't he?
He was sitting in the truck. I do not remember him cranking the truck.
Was his seatbelt on?
I don't remember that.
You don't have that in your report either, do you?
No, ma'am.
And
I
then
didn't, I didn't observe him with a seatbelt on. I would have written that.
Okay. Did you have your cell phone on you?
He did have a cell phone.
Did you have your cell phone on you?
Did I have mine?
Mhm.
Yes.
Can you take a picture of him?
Of who?
Mr. Lewis.
I don't recall. I did have a cell phone. I had two, matter of fact.
I'll get to that in a minute. When you write in your report that Mr. Lewis was attempting to leave the residence, you had not detained him, had you?
When Stallings got there, she told him he was wanted for questioning. We were going to question him. At that point, he was detained.
I'm sorry, I was not talking about Stallings. I'm talking about your report. When you wrote in your report that he was attempting to leave the residence, you were there before Stallings, Marcarella, and I forgot the other name of Kelly Padgett came. You were there. He was not attempting to flee you and Brian Varnado, was he?
At that time, no, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't attempting to evade you. Stallings came and Stallings took control because she had more what? Seniority. She was the captain.
Correct.
And she said, no, he's not going anywhere because y'all had already told him he could leave, didn't you?
I didn't tell him he could leave.
Okay. You knew
Someone else may have.
You knew he wanted to get to the hospital to his wife,
No,
didn't you?
ma'am, I did not know that.
Okay. But you knew it was about a burning involving his wife, didn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's get to the takedown. When he said who was it that gave the command to arrest him? And you're not going anywhere.
To detain him, yes.
Okay, now you made I listened to you carefully. A struggle ensued. What does that mean? A fight? We're in Walterboro. What does a struggle ensued means? Means y'all had to take him down.
We attempted to remove him from the vehicle and he was resisting.
Okay, how many times did you tell him to get out of the vehicle? That's not in the report either.
I didn't count them.
Did you tell him 5 times?
I didn't count them.
1 time?
I told him at least once, I know.
You did. And where were you standing when you told him that?
Right outside the door of the vehicle.
Who else was there?
Detective Varnado and Detective Eubanks, to my memory.
Okay.
Captain Stallings had just stepped to the side. She was there also.
3 people came with her, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you talk to any officers today about this case?
Did I what?
Talk to any officers today about this case?
I reviewed my notes.
Did you review their notes?
I don't have their notes.
You
I
don't
did
have
not
their
review
notes in case file? Okay. I'm a little curious. You have in your report that you Mirandized Mr. Lewis, but you were not the lead officer on scene. So why did you Mirandize him?
Because I had just placed him in handcuffs.
Okay. You're the one that finally got the handcuffs on him?
It was a collective effort.
Craig never swinged at you, did he?
I don't remember him swinging at me.
Did he kick at you?
I don't recall.
When you got him out of the car, was he on the concrete? Was the vehicle on the concrete?
The vehicle was parked.
In the carport?
No, it was not in the carport. It was back from the carport.
Was it on concrete?
I don't remember whether that part is concrete or not.
Well, your attorney just, hold on.
She showed me a picture of the carport. Underneath there is concrete. I don't remember. The truck was not under there. It was parked outside of that.
May I approach the witness? I'm going to show you what the state has put in as state's exhibit number 4. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's the truck located?
Is in a driveway on the concrete.
That's what I was asking. So in your attempt to bring Mr. Lewis down, didn't you try to slam him on the concrete?
No, ma'am. He ended up in the grass right over here where we pulled. We were all standing up and we fell all into the grass right here. Nobody tried to slam him on any concrete.
Didn't you try to make him go down on the concrete and y'all were hanging on to him as he sidestepped to the grass so that he wouldn't get hurt?
That would be accurate.
Okay. Are you right-handed? Do you write with your right hand?
I do.
And where was the scar or the laceration or the bruise that you received?
On my right hand,
And where on your right hand?
the backside.
Show it to the jury, please. Did you get that when you swung at him?
No.
On the back of your hand, he never swung at you. He never kicked you. You're taking him down with 4 other officers and 4 supposedly got hurt. And you tried to swing at him and then he turned his head and your hand hit the root that was down there, didn't it?
I don't know whether my hand hit the handcuff or something on the ground. I had a slight injury on the back of my hand.
Didn't Craig tell you and Brian Varnado that he used the hose earlier to make sure the couch did not reignite?
I don't remember him saying that.
Okay.
He may have
How
said
did
it
you
to
know they
someone
did
else.
all this if they didn't
No, I'm
have
asking
cameras?
just you,
He
you
did
and
not say that
Brian.
to me that I recall.
How many kicks did you get into Craig's back and ribs?
None.
You're on the oath. Did you kick Craig Lewis
I
3
don't-
times in his ribs and his back?
No, ma'am. I do not recall kicking or striking Mr. Lewis.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else, Ms.
No, Your Honor. May Lieutenant Long be excused, please?
No objections.
You need this exhibit.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. May we approach?
Gator, I agree. That's the last thing they're worried about is where he's going to land. Lord, they got to go home too. Right, Mr. Michigan?
About ready for a break, so we'll try to keep it to 15 minutes. I understand that restrooms are limited in the jury room, so I'm told 15 minutes is a time period that y'all should be able to work with, but don't discuss the case with anyone, standard admonitions, each other, anything like that. And we'll try to make it back if reasonable in 15 minutes. So, thank you so much. I think they're gone. Anything in for the record before we take a break?
Nothing, Your Honor. I would like to pass up a case that will be in reference to the any presentations made by the pathologist. It is the state, Smith versus Arizona, recently ruled on this year by our U.S. Supreme Court. It's in reference to opinion testimony.
What's the summary, since it looks quite voluminous?
Experts.
Thank you.
It relates to the pathologist or an expert witness utilizing the findings of another expert without the defense having the ability to cross-examine that other. I have the little expert, my cheat sheet.
Oh, good. Thank you. Ms. Watson, you familiar with the case?
No, Your Honor, but Dr. Beaver's autopsy report was based on just the autopsy that he performed, not on other experts' opinions or records.
I want to make sure that Dr. Beaver is not being called to testify on cause of death. He has the cause of death listed as homicide, and he relies upon the coroner's report, and the coroner, when I subpoenaed the coroner's file, the coroner never even looked at Colleton medical records. And all the coroner has in his notes is, it looks like an asterisk related to the decedent's daughter and nothing else.
I suppose both of these questions can be answered in maybe the first couple of questions to him.
Exactly.
Number one, are you relying on anyone else's medical opinion to reach your opinion? My understanding is the answer, at least belief of the state is, the answer will be, nope, it's just my own autopsy.
Right. Now, pathologists routinely rely on historical facts from law enforcement that play into the cause of death, but that is routine, and homicide just means at the hands of another person, and that information, Ms. Bright-Matthews can certainly get into that with the pathologist, that he doesn't have any firsthand knowledge of what occurred that day.
Right.
But
Well, that was the
based
second
on-
question. But okay. But the first question, though, is probably resolved by perhaps even your first question to him about whether or not he relied on other doctors.
Sure.
Okay. So the second question, of course, is where'd you come up with this?
Right.
Well, I put together a whole lot of different things. And then,
I'd like to show you the first page. It's just two sentences
okay, I'm looking at it.
of case history. As long as he does not get into the case history, I'm good.
Now, the case history, let's be clear on if we can agree on what the case history is that you're talking about.
The case history contains the fruit of poisonous tree. You've already ruled on that as it relates to statements that were provided out on, I think 5 months before Ms. Lewis died.
It actually does not contain any statements by her. I know Your Honor is reading it currently.
According to the coroner, let's see. This could be resolved, I would think.
I'm not asking him about that.
Okay.
As long as she is not
I
going
don't know
to
whose
be.
hair's
asking
worse,
what
the
case
judge's or
history is.
Craig,
No.
but
Okay.
they both bug me.
Right.
Because it is, I think that's reversible.
What about manner of death?
I will be asking manner of death. I'm not gonna say, where'd you get that from? If Ms. Bright-Matthews wants to go into it, she certainly can.
Your Honor, this is a tissue doctor. A pathologist is simply a tissue doctor. He's not an expert witness in how a person dies. He can only say what they died with.
Yeah, it would be difficult, I would think, for him to come up with manner of death without the case history.
Therein lies the problem with that hearsay on hearsay.
Well, cause of death, I think, is
He can
fair game.
testify to cause of death.
Yeah, delayed complications of thermal injury, but manner of death, doesn't that rely on the case history to come up with that one
Well,
word?
it always does in every case, Your Honor. Whether something's a suicide or a homicide, it relies on some case history referred to by law enforcement. I've never had a pathologist who was not allowed to testify as to cause of death and manner of death.
Your Honor, never is a long time.
Well,
I've never had a pathologist be qualified to testify.
That was a
in manner,
stupid comment.
Nor have they been able to testify. They can, if you say you committed suicide by shooting yourself in the head, the cause of death is going to be something with your brain. He can't say whether or not you did it to yourself.
the problem I guess I've got with manner of death is.
He actually could.
The first question is going to be, how'd you come up with manner of death?
If Ms. Bright Matthews asked that.
No, I understand.
I'm not going to ask it.
But I mean, you were going to ask manner of death, I think, right? And then.
That's typically what I close on because it is an opinion that he's entitled to give.
But his opinion would be based on case history, not on everything that he analyzed with the autopsy, right?
And they are, experts are allowed to rely on hearsay in forming their expert opinion under the rules of criminal procedure.
Your Honor, we've already gone over this as it relates to the only way that statement would have come in is if the statement from May of 2019, when the decedent was recorded, and we've already had a motion heard that statement was not coming in because it's hearsay. That's when that recitation that comes from that statement is word for word. And the coroner's file I have here, it specifically says, goes to that particular statement from Georgia Bureau of Investigations, where that's the first time in 5 months that someone talks about a shirt being thrown at the decedent. And in that statement, it also says that her boyfriend threw the shirt at her.
Well, I think we agreed that was not going to come in.
So how do you get it in now if it's hearsay the first time?
No. I think case history, y'all perhaps even agree, is not going to come in. The question is manner of death now, right? So if manner, that's what we're, I think, talking about now, because case history is not.
The manner of death should be thermal injury.
The defense even has the darn judge confused.
So the question is manner of death, is homicide appropriate? The state wants to bring it in because hearsay is appropriate in formulating an opinion. I'm not sure. Go ahead, please.
Let me ask this. Is Ms. Matthews going to ask about manner of death?
Well, that was going to be my question, because if you open the door and say, wow, I guess you didn't come up with a manner of death, or start mentioning manner of death, I would say.
Manner of death to me is going to be she stopped breathing.
Well,
I'm not going to bring that up. I'm not going to say.
Well, it's delayed complications of thermal injury, the cause of death. I mean, manner of death is, as you said, suicide, homicide, something like that. But if you bring it up, then the door's wide open.
Door's open.
So I think, again, cause of death is fine, case history's out.
This
Manner of
attorney
death,
just seems to think like,
not appropriate unless the door is open,
I don't
unless
know,
it's
to me she
discussed.
comes across like she thinks this lady's death is a joke.
So there's not going to be any question like, oh, well, shouldn't this be an accident, manner of death be an accident or anything like that?
Y'all give me a list of what manners of death might be. It'd be suicide, homicide, accident, anything
natural
like that.
causes.
I am not, unless I go off the rail somewhere, going to bring anything in that I feel that this expert witness is not qualified to.
Okay, but just so we're clear, getting into manner of death or the various things that could be manner of death would be a door opening situation.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Does that mean I don't have to read Smith versus Arizona?
I believe so.
Well, I'm going to hand it all back then. All right. Yeah, we'll keep it. Yeah. All right. Let's take a quick break for us then. We'll be off the record. Thanks.
Good grief. You think they'll appeal something, Gator? It'll be interesting. Brooklyn, do you want to come say hello?
Mama, we're kids, guys.
Well, they can't say anything back to you, but you could say it. Hey.
Hey.
They have to just type a message right there to you. If you'll read it.
Read it.
Yeah?
Read it.
Tell them what your name is.
Say it.
You say it.
No.
Why not? They want to hear you talk, not me.
Mm.
You're not gonna say anything? Cat got you done? Were you at school today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have fun? Good grief, they're gonna make us drunk. What are they doing? Is our camera following?
Me. You're gonna guess your mama.
Mr. Michigan.
My two head going this way.
Yeah.
My head going this way.
It is.
Yes, look.
Okay, hold on. Does anybody want a dog? She's about to drive me insane.
Hello, Mercy.
She's bad.
Who's eating my stuff?
She ate the whole house the other day.
Yes.
Y'all, we come home. I put the dogs in their crates before I left the other day to go get Chloe. I came home and they completely, Moose squeezed out of her cage and completely destroyed my house. I know, Mr. Michigan, that's awful.
Mama,
Stop.
say your one screen. One mark says. Bottom not lock. Bottom not lock.
Yeah, the bottom of her cage wasn't locked, so she squeezed out of the bottom of the cage. When I tell y'all there was dirty diapers, garbage, shoes, you name it, from one end of my house to the next, I'm not even kidding. But they said, hi, Brooklyn. There's
Mama,
Car.
Mama, did you face it caucus?
Yeah.
Two caucus.
Look, Juicer said, hi, Brooklyn. What'd you do at school today? That one's not a little one, Mr. Michigan. She's my chocolate lab. That's a complete brat. Tell her what you did at school today. What'd you do? She's learned how to snap, so now that's her favorite thing to do.
We love that at class.
Okay, here, Carson. Look, watch. Look, they say, hey, pretty girl. I hope you had a good day at school.
We love that at class.
Whoa. We're big now. Ben George. Oh my gosh, Mr. Michigan, I bet. Say hello.
Hello. What?
No, that's Logan's favorite thing.
Oh, did not know one.
Her and Blue just fight for attention. They drive me nuts. If you pet one, here comes the other one running and jumping on top of you. Are you about to punch me in the face? What are you doing?
Let me get.
Brooklyn! Excuse you. Uh-oh, Mr. Michigan.
What else saying?
You say, excuse me. Y'all heard it? Oh, jeez. They heard you, Poot.
Brooklyn tooted.
Dad.
Baby. Ew, don't make me big. I have no makeup on. Bailey, say hi.
I don't either.
Bailey, say hi. That would have been, yes.
Dang.
She's putting makeup on. Trials on break.
Yeah, they're on a 15-minute break. Well, it's supposed to be 15 minutes, but they had to talk, so it's probably going to be longer.
Hey,
Let's see.
Brooklyn. Hey, Huntress.
Hey, Joseph, how are you?
Brooklyn.
Good, how are you?
We getting coffee. My coffee maker. It had
They are huge.
like corrosion in it, like these big white.
It was
I'm so bad at
like
her.
calcium buildup from the water. You need to tell your nana quit putting
Yeah, it was gross. Make
They
Dublin
told me
huge.
to do it.
That was Ben's fault. Ben, I should have known. Ben. Brooklyn, say Ben. Can you say Ben?
Try it. Look, his name. Look at this. His name has a B in it, too, like yours. B. B. Good job.
You two had two O's. You had two O's.
Two O's, yeah.
You have two O's. Good job, baby. Did you go to school today? You have fun? Right, here's that candy cane mocha with almond milk. I'm getting coffee. Here's that
What'd you
Waitress
get?
Summer blended Red Bull.
Who's that?
Peppermint mocha. White ice blue raz lemonade. But we went to Dutch Bros.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Oh, I didn't know we had Dutch Bros anywhere even around here. Is it good?
Yeah, it's really yummy. They just opened it here.
What the
That's
heck? I was just talking about this Dutch Bros this morning. Or was it
Really?
last night? It was
So
either,
y'all
I
have
swear, just today or yesterday I was talking about how we didn't have them here.
So y'all had it in the place y'all had it before? I mean, y'all lived before?
No, I just know a lot of people out west that like it.
Well, we have a Starbucks. They just opened a food mart and Food City. So now we have a Starbucks, but I think Dutch Bros is way less than Starbucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have 7 Brew.
They
They have
We don't
really
have.
good lemonade, too.
Yeah, they have really good lemonade at Dutch Bros. I don't know what 7 Brew is.
It's a
Yeah,
lot
the small
cheaper
stuff.
than Starbucks.
That's what I like
Oh,
about
Mr.
Dutch
Michigan
Bros.
says hey to Joseph. Hey, Captain Redbeard, aka Ronnie.
Who said that?
Mr. Michigan.
Oh, what's up, Mr. Michigan?
Anything before we bring the jury back in?
Uh-oh, it's back. Okay, I'm going to hop down. I'll be listening. Love you, Brooklyn.
I love
Bye-bye,
you.
y'all.
That's right, just anything before we bring the jury back.
Bye-bye.
Okay,
Bye.
is the jury ready? Are they still, you think they're ready to come back in? If not, we can give them a few more minutes.
That's not coffee if it's cold. I like coffee cold, hot, whatever. All of the ways.
Okay, bring them in, please.
Oh, the closest Dutch Bros to me is 2 hours away. The one Carson went to is the closest one to me, probably. I can drink hot or cold coffee no matter what the weather is. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, y'all. I've never heard of that coffee, but Mr. Michigan. Yeah, hey, let's stay right here, okay? Butter bear.
All right. No deliberations, discussions, or research back there, I assume. Is that correct? All right. Fantastic. All right.
Butterbeer
Record,
coffee?
please call your next witness.
Thank you. State calls
That's it.
Dr.
I've never had
Thomas
butterbeer.
Beaver.
Dr. Beaver, please come forward and be sworn.
Be quiet so I can listen to this, okay?
You may put your papers here if you like. Place your left hand on Bible, raise your right. Your firm testimony give the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, help God.
Yes, I do.
Okay, please have a seat over the witness stand, state your name for the record. And swear your
My name is Thomas Richard Beaver, Beaver.
Good afternoon, Dr. Beaver.
Good afternoon.
Lord.
Thank you for joining
Where's
us. I know
Austin? Because this hair's even
there's a lot with your schedule. Where do you work?
I work for the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, so I'm at MUSC in Charleston.
All right, and what do you do there?
I'm carry a bunch of hats there, but the thing that I do most, I would say, is autopsies. I do autopsies for the university, and the university provides forensic pathology services to about 70% of the state.
Okay, and can you just briefly describe your educational background and professional background in forensic pathology?
Sure. So I have an undergraduate degree
Brooklyn,
from the University
stop.
of California. I have a medical degree from St. George's University School of Medicine. I followed that with a 5-year
Oh
training
my
program
God.
in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Colorado.
Thank goodness,
And
Darzilla.
that allowed me to then take the certifying examination given by the American Board of Pathology
Get your brownie.
in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology, and I passed that exam on the first attempt. I then did a fellowship in forensic pathology to subspecialize, and following that fellowship, I took the certifying examination for forensic pathology and passed that on the first attempt as well. I then took a job in private practice in California, and I was there for about 5 years doing autopsies and hospital pathology for a private practice group, and my group provided services to the coroners in Central Valley of California. I covered
Juicer, are you talking about his hair?
about 5 counties in the Central Valley, including Stanislaus County, where the group was based. After that, I left California and went to Florida, and I was an associate at District 14 in Florida, which is Panama City, Florida. Then I wasn't there long before I moved up the ladder to be chief medical examiner in Daytona Beach, Florida, District 7, and I was there almost 9 years. And then after Florida, I wanted to go back into academic medicine, and Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas, offered me the directorship of the Division of Forensic Pathology within the medical school, and they offered me the directorship of the Institute of Forensic Science at the university. So I accepted that, went there, worked for them for about almost 4 years. Then there was an illness in my family. My wife got sick and time was short, so we moved back to California where she was from. And I worked in Bakersfield, California as a contractor, and then eventually as the chief forensic pathologist in Alameda County, California, which is Oakland, California.
How many
I
jobs
was
has
chief
this
in
man
Oakland
had?
for about 4 years, and that was a very large office. It's a very large urban area. I had 22 investigators. I had 8 forensic technicians. I had a couple of transcriptionists and a few more clerical people, and we never turned off the lights and we never locked the door. So after that, I wanted to get a little bit less headaches, and so I took a job as the district medical examiner for District 16, which is the Florida Keys. So back to Florida, and I was the district medical examiner in the Florida Keys for about a little over 3 years, and then I went to MUSC. I spent a little bit of time in West Virginia, like 6 months in West Virginia, and then to MUSC. I was looking to go back into academic medicine, and that's where I've been since 2018.
Okay, so it sounds like you've been a bit of everywhere.
I am that Johnny Cash song, I've been everywhere.
Right. Okay. So how many times have you testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
It would be hundreds, maybe even 1,000 or
This
more.
man must have
At this
the
time, the
driest
state would
Beaver
offer
ever.
Dr. Beaver as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objections.
All right. Will be considered an expert in the field of forensic pathology. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to conduct an autopsy on Terry Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what date was that autopsy conducted?
I think it was in 2019, and I think it was around August of 2019. I'd have to look at my report to be.
You can refer to your report. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Okay.
Nope, actually it was November 3rd, 2019.
And what was the date of death in this case?
So her date of death was November 1st. At least that's what I have in my records.
As part of the autopsy, do you take various samples from the patient?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is one of those samples that you take a blood spot?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 69.
No objection.
And I would enter this without objection
69 without objection.
and ask if this is the blood spot that was taken during the autopsy of Terry Lewis.
Well, what I see here is the plastic evidence envelope, and I see a brown manila-like envelope that has our label on it, and it has our handwriting from the autopsy. And so I don't see the blood spot per se, but I definitely see the packaging that we use where we would put the blood spot, and it would be inside that envelope.
Hey, Dawn. Then absolutely never.
Did you fill out a diagram of the patient in your assessment of your findings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 57. I believe there's no objection to this.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And I would enter 57 at this time. Handing you States Exhibit 57. Is this the diagram that you filled out in reference to Terry Lewis's autopsy?
Yes, ma'am. This is these are notes that I take at the time of autopsy, and I am embarrassed by my lack of penmanship.
What a
this
dork.
assist you in describing your findings to the jury?
Yes, it would. I
Okay,
think
if I
that-
may publish at this time, Your Honor?
All those jobs and he never learned how to write.
All right, looks like I'm gonna have to speed it up and down, but, if you wanna describe your findings, and then we can, refer to the diagram whenever it's helpful.
So she had, first of all, there were no acute traumatic injuries to the skin. So there's no wounds or things that are bleeding or anything like that. So what you're seeing drawn on there, those are not abrasions or lacerations, but those are scars and areas where skin has been harvested to graft onto her. So these are large areas of scar tissue, and I've tried to kind of draw them in so that I get the approximate surface area covered that I saw at the time of autopsy. So there's a large area over her chest and abdomen of scar tissue, and then there are patches on her
Reggie, I
arms and
thought he
legs.
was a lady at
There are
first.
also patches where the skin has been harvested for to provide a skin graft for the burned areas, and that's the more rectangular areas where I've hash marked it. And then sometimes the two things merge together where they've had to graft, but then they've also harvested skin, and it's hard to tell whether it's the graft side or a transplant side, a cover side. So she was burned over about 39% of her body by my calculation. And there's an area of scar tissue that extends over the forehead and down the side of her face to her neck.
And so that's down the right side?
Yes, ma'am. I think if I put on the drawing, it should be there, but it's on the neck too. And she's had revisions of these scars as well, I think. Some of them look like there had been revisions, but it's basically a large amount of scar tissue, and the skin is all scarred.
Okay. When you examined her, what did you find the cause of death to be?
So her cause of death is pneumonia.
I don't know if that's his
She
mama.
was in a debilitated state, and
He was out on parole.
because of that,
He was out on
she's
bond for like 5
bedridden,
years, so it could
and
potentially be
she gets pneumonia.
another woman
the lungs
with
don't
him.
drain properly, and she had
He likes older women.
an acute necrotizing bronchopneumonia in her lungs.
He was in his 40s and she was in her
And
60s.
how is that pneumonia related to complications of the thermal injuries that she had?
Yes, so pneumonia is not something that we see in people that are mobile, able to stand upright, sit upright, that have no intrinsic disease in their lungs. It can happen sometimes if the lungs are diseased from smoking or some other disease condition, or it can happen if the person is debilitated. Like, let's say they have a stroke and now they're bedridden. When you lay in bed, your lungs the fluid from lungs doesn't drain properly, and fluid can build up, become infected, and eventually lead to pneumonia. So pneumonia is a complication.
He was 47 and she was 63.
And she
So
was
he likes
bedridden
them older. That
because
could
of
be
the
another lady.
thermal injuries and all that scar tissue. The scar tissue retracts and doesn't allow the body to move because it's very stiff. It's not like supple like skin. It's stiff and hard in some cases.
Does breathing in fire and soot damage the lungs?
Yes, ma'am, it does. And I looked for that damage, but it's hard to see at this point because she has so much pneumonia going on.
Do y'all
I
know
can't
who he
tell
looks like?
whether that damage is
He looks like an
the
old
bacteria are
Stewart.
causing necrosis in her lungs. They're
Y'all
destroying
know
the
who I'm
tissue in
talking
the
about?
lungs.
If you know what
So
I'm
I
talking
can't tell
about.
whether that tissue is being destroyed from the bacteria or it had been previously
Sarah,
damaged
this is
or
only
injured.
day one.
But injuries to the lungs would certainly make it should be more predisposed to have this type of pneumonia.
Okay, and having large areas covered in burns.
Question, she's sort of halfway into, what was the, so, I
She
don't
can
know
fit.
what the question is yet.
I can tell by the way she started the question.
All right, let me let her finish and then I'll rule on it. What was the? is the-
Already testified that the victim was covered in large areas.
Yeah, no, I think it was going to be leading because it was going to result in a yes or no
Right.
response. But I don't know what the question is.
Right. What sort of conditions would that contribute to?
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, thank you. Please.
Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by what sort of conditions would that, you mean the burns?
Right.
So the burns result in scar tissue. The scar tissue has basically immobilized her, and that being immobile and bedridden predisposes to pneumonia by itself without any damage to the lungs from smoke or smoke inhalation. So there may have been smoke damage to the lungs, but the pneumonia is obscuring that from my being able to tell. I can't sort out what damage is happening to the lungs from the pneumonia and the bacteria that are there, or from the smoke and thermal effect to the tissues before they got the pneumonia.
Okay. So ultimately, what did you report out as the cause of death?
So I reported it out as delayed complications of thermal injury.
All right. And for the reasons that you just stated.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Please answer any questions that Ms. Bright Matthews may have for you.
Dr. Beaver, thank you for being here. I know you had to come a long way. Try to be real quick. Dr. Beaver, I saw your diagram that's still up on the projection there. You have Miss Lewis there with breasts. Did she have breasts?
This is a template drawing, and
Yes.
she had a double mastectomy from breast cancer.
Did you have at your disposal whether or not she had prolonged exposure to radiation to treat her breast cancer?
I don't know what treatment she received for the breast cancer.
Isn't it true, doctor, though, that radiation, long exposure to radiation can also cause or contribute to thermal injury to the lungs?
Not thermal injury. Radiation wouldn't do that. Can radiation cause injury to the lungs? It would depend entirely on what type of radiation she got and what the fields that they applied it to and what they did with it. So I don't know any of those details, so I can't really answer that question.
Can lithium toxicity or lithium poisoning result in thermal injuries to the lungs?
No, ma'am.
Can smoking 1 to 2 packs a day of cigarettes cause thermal injury to the lungs?
Not so much thermal injury, but the smoke from the cigarettes causes lung damage, yes.
Did you know, doctor, in a review of the medical records on Miss Lewis, that in 2017, May of 2017, she was diagnosed with Ohio Valley fungus to her lungs? Can you tell the jury, tell me whether or not you knew that and whether or not that's treatable?
I did not know it from the medical records, but I found the nodule in her lung, and it's actually described in the microscopic description of my report. The nodule was calcified, so I can only describe it as a centrally calcified, basically inert nodule, but it is the type of nodule that would result from that disease once it's burned out.
Okay. I noticed in your report you referred to, and it's not drawn on here, to Ms. Lewis having a stage 4 bed sore.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I believe it. Yes, I believe it was stage 3, but okay. Yes, I did not draw it on there. No.
And why would you not draw it on there? I mean,
Well,
because I'm noticing here, because I believe on your report you said that the depth of that stage, whatever, 3 or 4 bed sore was about 3 centimeters deep.
no, the size of it was 3 centimeters.
Okay.
But the reason that drawing, what I make, never intending for it to be shown in court.
Okay.
That drawing is notes at the autopsy, and I don't ever think of that being in court. I do take a lot of photos.
Okay.
And if you want to put those up, I'm
No.
happy to look at those.
That's good. But you did find a significant bed sore.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
And you also looked at her toxicology, meaning what was in her system.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say, doctor, that on your report, you have reported that she had, I don't know what's high and what's low, but for cardiac blood, she had 53 milliliters of morphine at the time in your analysis in her tox screen?
Right. So I've looked at all of her tox results. They're all within therapeutic levels, and they're all drugs that I would be expecting her to get in her condition.
Okay. And it was, one of them is lorazepam?
Lorazepam Ativan is the trade name, and it's a benzodiazepine similar to Valium and Xanax. And I think it's to help her be more comfortable.
And what about lamotrigine? I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, lamotrigine. That's another potentiator of pain medication.
Okay. And it says 3.6. Is that a high amount?
No, ma'am. They're all in therapeutic range. From my review.
Gabapentin, what is that for?
Gabapentin is, so the GABA neurotransmitter pathways in the brain are central to the perception of pain. And so that is the drug we use to potentiate the perception of pain.
Thank you.
Anything else from the state?
Nothing further.
All right. May this witness-
Y'all tell me he doesn't look like Stewart as a grown old man.
Thank you so much.
Stewart?
State calls Lieutenant Kelly Padgett.
Let's see, we could probably remove the exhibit from the L mode.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Ms. Padgett, please come forward and be sworn.
Emery, I used to love to watch Stewart.
Put your papers here. Keep them in the
What I can do?
left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You're from the testimony, give the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, ma'am. Please have a seat on the witness stand. State your name for the record.
Robert. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Padgett, P-A-D-G-E-T-T.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
Tell us how long you have worked for Colleton County Sheriff's Office. I know it's been kind of off and on. Tell us about your employment history.
About 17 years now at the Sheriff's Office. Spent a couple of years away. I worked for SLED for a short time in the investigation division in the Low Country, and I also worked as a investigator in the career criminal unit with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
Okay, and back in January of 2019, were you in investigations with Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I was.
All right. At some point, were you dispatched to 273 Wade Hampton Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what time was that?
It was approximately 3:33 p.m.
And who did you arrive along with?
I arrived with Captain Angela Stallings and Detective Ed Macarella, who is now deceased.
And how long ago did he pass?
That was in 2021, I believe.
Been a few years now.
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of call were you responding to?
The nurse from the ER had called our dispatch center at the sheriff's office advising that there was a female patient there that had some burns and that her husband had been there previously, and then
Emory,
had
this
left
is
the
a
scene,
different
we were-
case. Like it
we
literally
went
just
to
started
the
today.
address
This is
on
day
Wade
one
Hampton
of
to try to locate the husband.
this case.
Okay.
This
And
is
what
a
were your initial
different
observations when
burn
you got to
court
273
case
Wade
than
Hampton?
what you're thinking, I
I
think.
remember seeing some black substance that was underneath the carport area. And also I believe there was some water that was puddled under that area as well.
Did you see any, do you recall if the
Welcome
door
back,
to
Sophie.
the home was open or closed?
At that point, when we first arrived, I believe the door was opened.
Were you able to see inside the house?
I personally don't have any recollection of seeing inside the house at that point.
Okay.
Juicer, I swear.
After you
he's
arrived,
been sleeping half the time we've.
did you
watched.
observe law enforcement making contact with Craig Lewis?
Yes, ma'am. I observed it was Lieutenant Long that was talking with Mr. Lewis and asking if he wanted to sign a consent to search form. And Mr. Lewis denied doing that. And in the process, he got into his vehicle and was actually trying to leave the property. And I believe it was Captain Stallings at that point was telling him that he wasn't going to leave at that point, that he was being detained.
Oh, Emory,
In
me
that
either. I didn't
process,
even know
he
about it till
became,
last night.
aggressive, and several detectives had to go hands-on with Mr. Lewis and removed him from his vehicle and detained him.
Okay. Once Mr. Lewis was detained, what did you do?
Myself and Captain Stallings, we left that property and returned to headquarters at the sheriff's office to obtain a search warrant for the residents and the property.
Okay. And did you obtain a search warrant for 273 Wade Hampton?
Yes, ma'am.
You got a magistrate to sign that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you bring it back to the residents?
Yes.
And did you help execute that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And did you document what all was marked with placards and what was collected for evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to go through a number of pictures.
Mr. Michigan, I need you to message me, sir. Emory, I absolutely agree with that. No, you didn't do anything. I just was gonna ask you a question. Dawn Michelle. That girl in the orange looks like she's asleep too.
No objection.
Yes, sir. For the record, these are pictures, exhibits 26 through 45.
Funky, no, not really. These are the.
That'll be states
This is
26
like
through
a
45
long,
inclusive without-
drawn out, hard part to get through the beginning.
And
All
if
the
I may
doctors, the
publish
police
and direct
officers
the
and stuff.
witness's
I think it'll get
attention
better though.
to the screen up here, I'll ask Lieutenant Padgett about each picture.
You may.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you need to refer to your report, you're more than welcome to. I'm sure you will.
Thank you.
Down. All right, Lieutenant, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 26 and ask what this placard 20 depicts.
Yes, ma'am. So just referring to my investigative report, I have it listed as a sample of black burnt substance on the living room floor next to the coffee table.
And that was that collected as a result of the search warrant?
Yes, it was.
Publishing states 27. That's placard 20 again.
Yes, ma'am. I have it listed as a sample of hair found in the black burnt substance.
$28. And is that just a reference point for placard 20?
It is.
Okay, but it's still the same debris that was collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Beg the court's indulgence. Okay. In reference to
Darzilla, I bet that was interesting.
placard 20 was a can of fire debris collected.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 61. That was later labeled as SLED's Item 1. But is this what was collected in reference to placard 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State would move 61 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Without objection.
Publishing states 29. What is this depict?
Have it listed as liquid from bucket and recliner next to fireplace.
Was that collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been marked as state 63. Was this what that brown liquid was collected in from placard 23?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State would enter 63 at this time.
Without objection, I presume?
No objection, Your Honor, I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
That's all right. 63 without objection.
States Publishing Exhibit 30.
Most people like absolutely dread jury duty. I would love to be called for jury and be on
Yes,
the
ma'am.
trial.
What do we see there?
Have that listed as a log inside the fireplace.
Okay. And is there another section to placard 24?
Yes, also sample of ashes inside the fireplace.
I'm sorry, is that number 30?
30.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Michigan, I bet so.
This is State's Exhibit 64. 64. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64. Is that where the ash from the fireplace was collected?
Yes, ma'am.
State would enter 64 into evidence.
No objection. 64 without objection.
State's Exhibit 31. What do you have that listed as?
Sample of black substance from living room floor between the fireplace and coffee table.
Was that collected?
Yes, it was.
Publishing 632. Is that just another view of the same placard material?
That's right.
Dorzilla, I can't even. That's crazy. Do they offer you? I was talking to somebody the other day. Do they offer people like counseling if they need it after doing doing trials like that?
Angie Whitson marked his state
Or is that just
exhibit
on you?
65 and asked if this is the material from that placard 25.
Yes, it is.
All right. State enters 65 at this time.
No objection.
Thank you, 65.
State's publishing exhibit 33. Can you tell us what placard 26 indicates?
Sample of burnt substance from fireplace door.
Yeah, I know it's pretty. It's a lot in a short
Yes, it was.
period of time.
Marking this is State's exhibit 72. Handing you what's been marked as State's exhibit 72 and ask if this is what was collected from placard 26.
Yes, it is.
State would move 72 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you, 72 without objection.
Publishing State's 34. What is this placard indicate?
Sample of black substance on the floor of the master bedroom.
Was that collected?
Yes, it was.
State's 35. This is just another picture of the same substance.
That's right.
I'm going to hand you. Sorry. Handing you State's exhibit 66 and asking you if that was collected from that placard 31 that we just viewed.
Yes, ma'am.
The State would move 66 into evidence.
No objection.
66 without objection.
And I believe I left this one out, State 62, when we were viewing placard 20. I'm going to hand you State 62 and ask what this can contains.
According to my investigative report, this is a sample of the hair found in the black burnt substance.
Okay. Thank Thank you. State would enter 62 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you. 62, no objection.
Now, were all of these items that we just spoke about, the fire debris, everything in these cans in this bottle, were they all sent to SLED for testing?
Yes, ma'am, as far as I know.
Okay. And in fact, are there SLED numbers on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I believe this is the last person to get on the stand today. Witness.
Who physically took the swabs of suspected blood?
That would have been Detective Tozier at the time, now Mullins.
I'm just going to ask you about the locations. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 36. And that's placard 15. What are we looking at here?
I have it listed as a swab of the bloody footprint on the living room floor.
Okay, and that was collected by Tozier.
That's correct.
State's 37. Sorry, can you see that number?
I'm sorry, I can't quite see the number on the placard.
It's placard 16.
I have it listed as swab of bloody footprint on the living room floor.
Was that collected?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 38. This is placard 17.
Another swab of the bloody footprint on the living room floor.
Placard 28.
This listed as a swab of blood spatter from the top drawer on the right side of the entertainment center.
And that was collected.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, State's 40. Is that just another view of that suspected blood?
That's right.
State's 41.
I have this listed as blue jeans with belt on the chair in front of the washer and dryer.
And 43, is that another picture of this blue jeans with the belt?
Yes, it is.
Are those her pants or his pants that were burned? And they changed them so they weren't noticeable.
I'll hand you what's been marked as State's 68. Are these the jeans that, I'll take them out for you. Looking at that, can you tell, what it's labeled?
Yes, jeans with a belt,
Okay. And does it have a number on there?
number 34.
Does that correspond to the placard?
Yes, ma'am.
Do these appear to be the jeans with the belt?
Yes.
And that states 68 that I would like to enter into evidence.
Counsel?
No objection.
No objection, thank you.
Okay, this is states 44.
My mom was called for a jury trial that the man that
It's listed as blue
killed
jeans
the
with black
person
substance on
was
right pants
there
leg
while
on the
they
chair
were
in the
doing
dining
jury
room
selection.
at end of table.
And my mom said that she could feel that man staring a hole in her while she was there for jury selection. She didn't get chosen, and she was like, "Thank God, because I wouldn't have been able to do it." Nicole, right? It must be all in that hair. It blowed with that hair.
Showing you it's been marked as state 67. And does that indicate what it is contained in there?
Yes, ma'am. Placard number 35, jeans from Sharon dining room.
All right. And the photo we just saw depicted what on the bottom of the jeans?
Black substance on the right pants leg.
State would enter 67 into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you, 67, no objection.
All right. Now, the following day, Lieutenant, did you all get another search warrant?
Yes, we did.
And what was that search warrant for?
It was for a separate residence that was located 595 Kansas City Road in Walterboro.
All right. And when did you execute the search warrant on that residence?
It was executed on January the 18th, 2019.
Beg the court's indulgence. I just have some more that I need to order.
Emery, I don't know. I literally came across this case like late last night as I was
State
on
is
my
moving to
deathbed.
enter
I'll do
exhibits
some research and
46
find out
through
more about it
56,
as
which
far as
are
why it took
pictures
so long.
of Kansas City
But
and what was found
I
there,
can't answer
as
that
well
right now.
as 73 through 75.
And thank you for becoming a member,
and
Darcilla.
defense has already stated no objection.
All right, 46 through 56, without objection.
As well as 73 through 75.
Missed that one.
Sorry.
73 through 75 also, thank you.
Well, no objection.
I had to add some. Okay, again, Lieutenant, I'm going to turn your attention to the screen. If you can just describe what we're seeing on here for the jury. State's Exhibit 46. Here we go.
Sorry, this is just a view of the residence at 595 Kansas City Road, taken from the roadway.
And whose residence is that?
My understanding, that was a secondary home to Mr. Lewis.
State's 47.
It's just another view of a different angle of the same residence.
State's 48.
It's going to be the back door of the residence.
He's growing up, and some of y'all have watched him from little bitty. Stop.
It's going to be a burn pile that was located in the yard.
Nicole said she wishes she was half as cool as you. Are you cool, dude?
No,
State's 50.
not like that on me.
What are you?
It's a burn pile in the yard.
No, you're not bro.
Did you flip it?
No, you're
Yes,
not.
ma'am, I believe so.
I'm sorry, this is State's 51. What are we looking at?
Have it listed as a burnt lighter fluid can in the burn pile in the front yard.
State's 52. Is that just another picture of that same burn pile?
That's right.
State's
He thinks the people on the
53.
screen are supposed to be talking to him. So he's like,
So number
they
10,
did not
I
say I
have
was.
listed as scattered cotton in the burn pile in the front yard, as well as number 11. Same thing.
That's number 4, Mr. Michigan.
State's 54. Just another picture. There's items in the burn pile.
Yes.
State's 55.
It's a picture of a utility trailer in the yard.
State's 56.
That's why I have back
A
problems.
view of some
One of the
material in the
one of the
utility
reasons.
trailer.
State 6. I'm sorry, States 73, placard 6.
Have it listed as black burnt substance on the floor of a utility trailer.
State 74, placard 7.
Piece of black plastic with black burnt substance on the floor of the utility trailer.
State 75, placard 8.
Cotton-like substance scattered in the utility trailer.
Let me ask you this, Lieutenant. Were those items with the placards from Kansas City collected? That you're aware of?
I don't believe so.
Or if they were collected, were they sent off for testing? I can ask another witness.
Thank you.
Are you aware if anything was sent off for testing from Kansas City?
I don't believe it was. I do not know. I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, you guys. Okay, hopefully it will come back up in a second. My kids are so much fun. The internet's up. I don't know why this is taking so long.
Lieutenant, if you can please answer any questions that Ms.
Cut
Wright
off.
Matthews
So
may have for you.
I'm going to put the playback speed
Good afternoon,
on
Detective Padgett.
faster
Good afternoon.
so we can catch up.
Ms. Padgett, you stated that what was your title back in 2019 working with the sheriff's office?
At that point, I was a sergeant.
And you were in charge of, or also, excuse me, also a part of the criminal investigations unit.
Yes, sir.
At that time in 2019, when you arrived on scene at Wade Hampton Street, or Avenue, excuse me, Wade Hampton Avenue, were you wearing any type of body camera?
No, sir.
Exactly, Nicole.
When you arrived on scene, you stated you saw some other officers that had already arrived on scene.
That's right.
I wanted to get into a few of the things that you mentioned from your investigation. You returned with Captain Stallings with the search warrant and conducted the search of the property.
That's
correct?
right.
And when you returned to the property the second time, you didn't have the body cam on at that point either.
At that point, members of the investigation division were not issued body cameras, so no, sir.
I wanted to take a look back at placard 20, which I believe is State's Exhibit 26.
Excuse me, Emery, you weren't in here earlier. We said we were going to have a gender reveal tonight. Dumpling, it was your favorite little boy, Logan, unplugged my internet, so everything messed up.
Captain Stallings, you can refer back to your report to placard 20. What did you list placard 20 as in your report?
I have an A and B listed under placard 20.
Yes,
A
ma'am.
sample of a black burnt substance on the living room floor next to the coffee table, and also a sample of hair found in the black burnt substance.
And at the time of your investigation, were you aware of several dogs that lived inside of the home, your investigation, that was the subject of the investigation?
Only that one of our captains had to call animal control to respond because of the canines in the residence.
So you were aware that canines were in the residence?
Yes.
You also mentioned some pants that you retrieved from the scene, jeans, I believe. From according to your report, what number were the jeans marked as?
Placards 34 and 35 were pairs of blue jeans.
And are you aware if those jeans were ever tested by SLED?
I don't know.
Let's go back to your arrival on the scene. From, unlike several of your colleagues, you have a report. You've got written in here that you arrived with some other officers. Who were the other officers that you arrived with?
Captain Stallings and Detective Macarella.
In your report, did you state that you observed what appeared to be a black substance scattered from the garage carport area? And you also state that you see Lieutenant Long and others exiting the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe anything else underneath the carport upon your arrival to the scene?
Just as
Nightbot
I
is
had listed
extremely
here,
slow today.
Observed a black substance scattered under the garage or carport area, and there was water also puddled under the carport.
So you observed water as well as the black substance underneath the carport area.
Yes, sir.
And was that near the water hose?
I can't recall.
Did the substance and the water on the ground look to be consistent with something that fire had just been put out?
I think that's fair, yes.
And also want to go back to another photo you took from the house. It's State's Exhibit 30, which is what you have marked as placard 24 in your report. If you could please tell the jury what you marked placard 24 as.
I also have an A and B for this one. So A is a log inside the fireplace. B, sample of ashes inside the fireplace.
You want me out, Roach? You can hand you what that marks. Placard 24. Is that accurately depict what you saw when you took the photo?
Yes, sir.
And
I didn't take the photo, but yes.
And from this photograph, does there appear to be some ash and some other debris that appear to be blown out of the stove or wood burning stove there?
It looks like cigarette butts. I'm not quite sure what else it might be.
I also want to ask you a few questions, Ms. Padgett, about Mr. Lewis's arrest or his detaining and arrest. According to your report, you weren't involved directly in detaining or arresting Mr. Lewis, correct?
That's correct.
So you had no hands-on throughout the entire process?
No, sir.
So is it fair to say that you had a clean view of everything that occurred?
I suppose.
And in your report, you've never listed or mentioned or referred back to any type of fight or tussle. Is that correct?
Let me refer back to it.
Sure.
Reggie, I don't think he has.
I have here, it reads in part that detectives assisted in detaining Lewis. In the process of Lewis's detention, some detectives received injuries due to going hands-on with Lewis during his failure to comply.
Nowhere in there is there a fight or tussle that you mentioned.
No, sir, not in this report.
And as you stated, you believed you had a pretty visible viewpoint, I guess you could say, of Mr. Lewis being taken to the ground.
Yes, sir.
And did anything happen after Mr. Lewis was taken to the ground?
He was detained.
Was there any kind of swing or lunge from Mr. Lewis as to any of the other officers you observed?
Not that I recall.
Did you observe Lieutenant Long punch or hit Mr. Lewis?
No, sir.
Did you observe Mr. Long kick Mr. Lewis?
No, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
He's here. He said he was listening.
Ms. Padgett, may I approach, Your Honor? Is this photo, you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
Does it accurately depict the inside of Hampton Avenue, Wayne Hampton Avenue address?
Yes, sir.
Is this the wood burning stove and from their home?
Sir, as far as I know.
Your Honor, defense will move this into exhibit, defense exhibit number 5.
No objections.
Five, without objection.
Back to the course of vote, Your Honor. No further question, Your Honor.
No redirect, thank you. I would ask that Lieutenant Padgett be excused.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
May counsel approach?
Yes.
Oh my God, Reggie. Dorzilla, his hair is so bad.
Members of the jury, we are going to go ahead and conclude for today. We're going to start at 9:30 in the morning. If that works with everyone. Again, I'm required to tell you, please don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't ask any questions, do any research. Don't look at any media, be it internet, television, radio, whatever other kinds of news sources there might be. Avoid all that, please. If someone brings it up, please walk away or don't discuss it with them. If someone insists on attempting to try to talk with the case about you, please contact me first thing in the morning and I'll deal with it. Are there any questions? 9:30 work for everyone. All right then, we'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Why does he look like that? I just want to slap that look right off his face.
Anything else for this record?
Nothing from the defense.
All right then, see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thanks.
All right, we are done for today. We will be back in the morning. I hate to end it, the court to end, and I have to run, but I gotta go vote before the line gets even worse. So I will see y'all tonight, depending on how. Yes, I'll see y'all 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 Eastern Time, 7:30. Well, whatever the other time zone is. We'll have a gender reveal party maybe later, depending on how I feel. If not, we'll do something later. I'll be live later. I gotta get these kids taken care of. I gotta go vote and get dinner. I love your faces, and I will see y'all later. Say bye.
Bye. Is that you?